welcome back to 2024 PMSL SEA Fall, and I'm gonna be your host for today, and this is the last change of this season. And joining me on stage for our very first interview, please welcome Links from TODAK and also the coach himself. Please welcome Coach Adim. Hello.
Hello.
All right, so first, Links. Last season, as we know, you guys only managed to reach Super Sunday in week 3. And look at you now, you are in a similar situation, and I want to know, how do you handle the pressure of needing to perform at the last moment, and what will you do differently this time to ensure advancement?
Ya, Links. Jadi kan kalian season lalu TODAK itu masuk Super Sunday cuma di week 3. Nah, kalian sekarang lagi ada di posisi yang sama. Kira-kira apa yang bakal kalian lakuin biar bisa lanjut terus lagi sampai grand final, dan gimana kalian ngadepinnya biar semoga hasilnya bisa berbeda sama season kemarin?
Paling kita mencoba buat ngurangin mistake individu ya, karena dari kemarin kita banyak mistake individu, jadi banyak gagal, dan week ini kita coba lebih confident dan ngurangin mistake individu aja sih.
Okay, so our main focus is to reduce the individual mistakes, because we do a lot of individual mistakes that make our plan to fail. So we'll try to gain more confidence and of course reduce the mistakes so we can perform better at this week.
Yes, and keep learning from the mistakes, and you know what to do next in the next game. I want to know, like, this is also your last change of this season. And if you want to go to grand final, I want to know, does this like motivates you to keep play better, or does it feels like a pressure because this is your last chance to make it to the grand final?
Karena ini kan adalah kesempatan terakhir banget nih buat kalian biar bisa lanjut ke babak terus-terusnya. Kira-kira ini bakal jadi motivasi buat Links atau bahkan jadi tekanan, jadi gugup-gugup panik itu, karena lu tahu ini kan adalah kesempatan paling terakhir kalian di season ini.
Kalau buat grogi atau tertekan nggak ada sih, paling cuman karena gamenya belum habis, kita selalu ngelakuin 100% aja buat coba lolos ke grand final.
And I'm not really nervous because we have games ahead, so we just try to focus on giving our 100% so we can give the best result, and the rest will be later.
And can't wait to see you at the grand final, so good luck, Links. And now, I want to know, how has the team chemistry evolved since last season, especially in high pressure situations like week 3? Do you feel this has impact your gameplay positively?
Ya, ini kan kalian masukin season baru, roster baru, gimana rasanya? Karena kalian juga ada melakukan beberapa perubahan di tim. Apakah pressure ini, tekanan-tekanan ini memberikan kalian motivasi lebih biar bisa jadi bermain lebih bagus?
Ya, setiap rintangan ya kita coba buat hadapi terus aja sih. Apapun rintangannya kita coba buat hadapin bareng-bareng sampai nanti bisa wujudin impian bareng-bareng.
Of course, there are obstacles ahead, but we will try to face the obstacles as a team together so we can perform better and hopefully get the best result for us and also for TODAK for this season.
And I really love the fact that you guys see that as a positive thing rather than a negative one. So speaking of the lineup, Links, you guys have some slightly adjustment with Nain and Bineko in your teams. Do you feel your teams already found the chemistry between the players now, and it's that one of the reason that makes your team performing well in week 3?
Ya, di season ini kan kayaknya ada perubahan roster, ada orang-orang baru yang baru datang tuh. Gimana kira-kira perubahan itu mempengaruhi chemistry timnya dibanding kayak yang lalu? Apakah jadi lebih baik, performa kalian juga membaik, atau gimana? Bisa dijelasin?
Buat roster baru sih jelas bikin kita makin confident ya, dengan adanya Nain juga masuk, dia firepowernya sangat bagus banget kan. Terus juga dengan masuknya Benacho juga makin bikin timnya makin solid lah.
Yeah, actually I really like the changes in our team because Naim with his firepower, it really brings confidence and I'm so happy to see it. And Bunano, he actually really make the team to be more solid.
And I can't wait to see more action coming from you guys. And now let's move on into Coach Adim. So, Coach Adim, as we know, this is your first season with TODAK, and from that transition with your previous team and your current one now, what have been some of the key differences or challenges you've encountered, and have you adapted your coaching style to fit this team?
Ya, bagi Coach Adim ini kan pertama kalinya masuk TODAK ya dibanding tim sebelumnya. Nah, kira-kira ada yang tantangan-tantangan nggak yang berbeda dari Coach Adim atau sesuatu yang harus dihadapin, atau Coach Adim juga udah melakukan adaptasi dari cara nge-coachnya biar bisa cocok sama tim ini, kira-kira gimana? Bisa dijelasin?
Untuk tantangannya sendiri, Malaysia sama Indonesia memiliki habit yang berbeda dan juga gameplay yang berbeda. Jadi itu tantangannya. Bagaimana caranya di TODAK ini kita menyatukan gameplay dari Indonesia dan juga Malaysia. Itu sih yang menjadi tantangan. Kalau untuk gimana cara mengatasinya, ya kita akan coba atasi terus sampai kita ketemu cara mengatasinya. Karena kalau udah teratasi, insya Allah kita akan better hasilnya.
Yeah, there are challenges for me moving to TODAK because there's a difference in habit and gameplay between Indonesian and Malaysian team. So I will try my best with the team to make a good work between combining the gameplay from Indonesia and also Malaysia. And for the difference and how I adapt, I always try to adapt so I can give good results, because in the end, how to do coaching also matters directly to the result. So hopefully we can give really great result this season.
Alright, and I'm curious, Coach Adim, like what kind of playstyle that you want to see in TODAK now?
Kira-kira playstyle TODAK yang dipengenin dari Coach Adim gimana?
Confident sama lebih berani perang, agresif lah.
So I want them to be confident, dare to take fights, and then we can be more positive in our gameplay.
Good, confident and more aggressive. So watch out, everyone. And as someone who coached MORPH before, which is having a good result and get the slot to PMGC, what do you think is still needed in TODAK currently that will make them more consistent?
Ya, Coach Adim sebagai coach yang dulu pernah di MORPH dan sekarang lihat hasil mereka bagus, mereka udah secure slot buat ke Grand Final. Nah, gimana kira-kira perasaannya Coach Adim dan performanya MORPH, dan apa yang mau Coach Adim lakuin buat mengejar result atau bahkan jadi lebih baik dari tim sebelumnya?
Kalau ngelihat tim MORPH pasti senang ya, karena kemarin kita menangis sama-sama dan mereka sekarang lagi senang. Mungkin sekarang saya lagi berjuang sama TODAK, tapi kami yakin kami bisa lolos ke Grand Final meskipun cuma pakai 1 week aja.
So of course I'm happy for them because back then we are through happy times and sad times together. So I'm so happy for them. And now maybe it's my time to struggle. But I believe with just 1 week we can give enough good performance so we can reach the Grand Finals.
Yes, but with like the current position of TODAK now, like it really showed the improvement in TODAK. And speaking more about TODAK and MORPH, Coach Adim, the way Coach Adim handle each team must be different, like he mentioned before. What is the biggest difference that Coach Adim notice?
Ya, bagi Coach Adim kan dari MORPH ke TODAK ya, itu banyak perubahannya juga, dari hasil-hasilnya juga. Kira-kira hal apa yang sangat berbeda yang ada di MORPH team dibanding dengan TODAK kemarin?
Itu tadi, gameplay sama habit dari player Malaysia sama Indonesia. Kalau MORPH kan kemarin Indonesia semua, sekarang kan ada mix juga Malaysia. Jadi itu perbedaannya yang aku juga lagi gimana ya, lagi nge-scanning. Aku juga berusaha memahami untuk mendapatkan formula yang terbaik untuk TODAK.
Yeah, just like I said before, the difference is mostly in their habits and also gameplay. Because in MORPH we have fully Indonesian team, and in TODAK we have a mix of Malaysian and Indonesian players. So I still try to scan to understand what needs to be done so I can make our team gameplay to be a really good one, aggressive one like he just mentioned. Hopefully can bring really good result, and 1 week, yeah, we can make it to Grand Finals.
Alright, thank you so much Coach Adim and good luck for today's matches, and thank you so much Links. And everyone, today marks the final change for many teams to secure their spot in Super Sunday this season. And it's do or die situations, and who will rise and make it through now? Let's toss it over to our casters to guide us through the matches. So casters, bring it on!
It is definitely D-Day for TODAK and some of the other teams as well, as we walk you through today in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall 2024 last chance qualifiers of week number 3. My name is Sergla, together with the amazing Choo Choo. And today, this is going to be the grand finale of the group stage.
This is going to be a last chance for them that never get the set foot into Super Sunday before. Last chance for them to prove themselves there, including TODAK. Close enough. But also, he mentioned about within one Super Sunday, they can make it through the grand final. Now, that's a bit tall order for them to fill in for TODAK.
Well, at least as of now, their numbers aren't too bad for them to make it into the Super Sunday. So that's going to be the first mission. And in Super Sunday, because they have not entered at all, so they're going to start off 0 in this week's Super Sunday. So it's going to be a big mission for them, like what you said. But it also depends on how many other teams who also make it, especially those teams at the bottom that is close enough in the overall. So I'm going to go through the numbers later on, because it's not only about TODAK today. Even teams like the Infinity, like PA, have not touched Super Sunday. They are in the same situation.
Yep, speaking of which, let's recap forward participating teams in the last chance here today. Boom, Roy, XERXIA, TODAK, The Infinity, Sam9, Team Flash, FAZE Clan, Team Secret, Crit VIP, MORPH, PANDUM, and KT, O2 Esports, RRQ, and PEA. Welcome back on the grinding day of Saturday last chance stage. Speaking of which, Cloud, there's going to be around 40 difference of points between PA and Boom right now.
Yeah, and the mission is again top 8. So according to our golden number on the last chance qualifiers from the previous data, is going to be 90 points and above. Boom Esports, they almost got through directly, but all they need to do is just to cancel their Bali trip or wherever they plan to go to play today. So they are on work day, and we are in the last chance qualifiers, the final one. Only the top 8 from the last chance qualifiers after 6 games will be in Super Sunday. They will meet with the top 8 from the group stages, and in Super Sunday, that is where they will earn league points that will then determine which top 16 teams will be in the grand finals later on.
Don't forget that will contribute towards the PMGC points as well. So a lot at stake here for teams when it comes to the final season of 2024, which is going to be quite a hectic day as in when it comes to today. I mean, like circles, also please surprise us with amazing circles. But when it comes to the points as well, well, we're going to have some big gaps starting off our day here. So when it comes to team at the very bottom, like example PEA, never get to step inside of Super Sunday. Can they still make it? But let's rewatch the highlight of our day number 3 group stage yesterday.
Yeah, a team that is not playing today because they've qualified directly into Super Sunday. That is Alliance. And ever since their downfall of week number 1, they have been on a rise. And in the group stages, yesterday they ended up in number 3 with 102 points, qualified directly. And they did it very well. Even in this Erangel match where we've seen they not only took a lot of fights, third parties that thing, they even blocked off other teams from coming to the circle, and they gained a lot of elimination points there.
Yep, Alliance seems to be on the rise yesterday thanks to the third party plays all day long. It was fun to watch. Every single time we have a crossfire between two teams, you can expect the reliance of Alliance to be down there as well.
Yeah, so not only in Erangel, but also in the Miramar matches, I mean, they were super duper consistent. They even won good fights against the number 1 team, Vampire Esports as well. And this was one of the highlights. Oleo, he single-handedly defended this area against XERXIA. So that was a great run, not only by Oleo, but the entire Alliance.
I mean, I would love to see Geek Fam to be competitive, but they already passed through their first stage. Straight to Super Sunday, but we do have the comparison between Boom and Roy. Average elimination points wise is more to the side of Boom, but Roy do have more when it comes to strategy and their play with the circle. So average placement points more towards the side of Roy. But when it comes to the top 4 rate, that translates directly. Roy do know how to read the circle better when it comes to this week as well. But when it comes to eliminations, it's pretty much the same between Juke and Yummy May right now.
Yeah, 1.4, 1.4, so they have their own star players, but both teams, it's not only dependent on these 2 players, everyone works well in general. And when it comes to other teams that do well here in the frag grenade department, we do have FaZe on top with 7.3, so they'll be playing today. NKT as well, 6.5, and we have Team Secret 5.9 and 5.8 for Sem9, which is not too far apart. So this is where we can see that FaZe they are very active in terms of using those, but they don't appear on our top sign-up performers.
But Sem9 does at 1000 over damage, 1042 to be exact, without any chicken up here, with not the most average placement points, but definitely one of the most average eliminations up here. Well, Team Flash kind of balanced out between their eliminations and placement and score themselves the chicken. So I say they're probably going to be the big winner here. High chance they would be. Team Secret, on the other hand, seems to be following the footsteps of Team Flash as well when it comes to the stats. But we have, last but not least, the Infinity. Now, can they still make it? Infinity also be one of the teams that never had their Super Sundays ever.
Yeah, so 3 teams that you'll be looking forward to for their entrance into this week's Super Sunday. And of course, we'll be starting off again, same, in Sanhok, the one and only Sanhok that will be played the entire day, followed by 2 Erangels, and then we'll have a break. When we come back from the break, it will be Erangel again, and we'll wrap the day up with 2 Miramars, and by then, we'll determine which are the top 8 teams that will be playing again tomorrow.
Yep, today will be the off day everybody wants, and tomorrow will be working day that everybody loves. But before we starting off our day, happy Independence Day for Malaysians out there, and hope you guys don't get yourself stuck in the traffic, because we do know how the traffic is outside. But speaking of Independence Day, now there's definitely going to be some morale boost for the Malaysian teams, especially when it comes again to this last Super Sunday.
Yeah, who knows? That gives them the vibes, right? Like Independence Day, independent from being in the drop, so they might push them. And so far, we do have like 5 Malaysian teams that will be playing here today. But for our teams to focus, well, for myself, it will be the 3 teams that have not touched Super Sunday, and also PA, Infinity, and TODAK. For yourself, you have Crit VIP, O2, and PA. So tell me more about it.
I mean, like, definitely I do hope for Infinity as well, because we're going to go with a storyline where we love all the teams that never touch the Super Sunday to get into it. But for me, because of it's Malaysia Independence Day, and there's going to be the teams that in the diary of those points as well. Crit VIP will not be safe unless they get themselves another Super Sunday. O2 Esports, they had pretty low themselves when it comes to the only Super Sunday they had, which was week 1 at 11 points. And PA, as well as, well, in the case of TODAK, well, TODAK, I think definitely they would get into it. So PA and O2 Esports, that's definitely going to be one of the choices down there as well. I do want to see for once, just one time, for PA to actually get a chicken in. It would be satisfying enough for me.
Well, 6 games for them to come up with at least that one, and who knows, with that one, if they can get it early, it could potentially boost them up again. Just like how PUBG Esports did yesterday. They were on the roll after starting the day very well. In the second game, they scored the chicken dinner, and then they just went all the way and almost got a direct ticket into Super Sunday. But nevertheless, for them walking in here today, their points are really healthy, 76 points, and basically they walk in the last chance qualifiers with a red carpet, all lights onto them. PUBG Esports just need to do okay for them to go straight in.
Just enough. It's more going to be more than okay down there. Now, before we starting off, if you guys listen to some screaming, that's not going to be me. It's going to be my neighbors. Sorry, they have kids, okay? They have a life too. But yeah, speaking of making things work for PA, can they do what Boom did in yesterday? I agree. But yesterday was a different day for Boom entirely. But they have to fight another day here today. But done TikToking and chit-chatting. Let's fly into Sanhok.
Well, we are also live on TikTok, so for all you TikTokers out there, yeah, welcome to the show as well. As we head on to our first game in the flight path. Well, it's a Sanhok flight path. It's generally reachable to any team, but we're going to start from the south, we're going to go up north. But the one area that I would want to see, if it will happen, it is Kampong. We have seen that fight happen again and again and again, and we might see it as well this round. Roy and Crit VIP.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be like, what, 5th round of the brawl between Crit VIP and Roy perhaps. But also we have to anticipate, last time we saw this brawl happen, O2 Esports seems to be interested to be part of it, same goes for TODAK. So if it's going to be the same case, we might end up having 4 teams right on top of Kampong by, you know, probably still stage number 1.
Well, shots are being fired, but it's not inside of Kampong. It is by 0 from MORPH. So, but that's more like a warning shot to some of the closer teams like Sem9 or Team Flash. For the Kampong fight, looks like it's not going to happen. Crit VIP is going to go to Lakawi, and Roy is going to take Kampong instead. And historically, Crit VIP, who used to be under EVOS VIP, Lakawi is their regular drop spot. Now, none of the original players are here, but at least as a team, that's where they are familiar with. But we're going to get a Cam Alpha Circle again, and this time Boom Esports got it.
You know, whenever the points are super important, like it's going to be a do or die moment for the teams out there. That's where the circle making so difficult for the players. That's down to the last one. We talked about this. It's going to be last Super Sunday for some teams. And there's so many teams that only had 1 Super Sunday as well, right, Cloud? So it's pretty much like, you know, they cannot have any room of error. But the circle just will not make that happen for them here right now.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, like in the Cam Alpha Circle, we got a lot of them this season. Even yesterday, we got a Hatin Circle, which is technically a Cam Alpha Circle. So it's a rinse and repeat again for these teams. And as long as they're not in Cam Alpha as a start, they'll be like, oh, this kind of circle again, really? We need to swim across, really? The bridge will be gate capped, really? There's so many things going through those teams.
Speaking of bridge camping, I do want to see those bridges to the side of Cam Alpha will be guarded by who, because we do know that RQ love to play bridge camping, but when things get desperate for the teams, they might actually get out of their way and try to do something else, including PA. I mean, like PA yesterday when it comes to their last group stage day, the sudden change of tactic and their navigation throughout the map really brings more points than the usual default setting of wait it out. So I think they should stick to that for now.
Well, let's see if Victorious will stick to here because he's with Achol. And Achol seems to have an idea, but because of Victorious, he does have some cover fire from behind, so that has to be cleared out first. And Mormon took a bit of damage. Night noise in the water, so he's not going to be any part of this for now. And Achol wish he had nades. If only he had those, then Victorious will be knocked.
To recall about FaZe Clan as well, yesterday they ended up with a lot of zeros the first half of the day. I do want to see, did they make any sort of change after yesterday's performance? They barely got enough yesterday to just get by, but at least they're still in the middle pack for the last chance stage. But when it comes to their first half of the day performance, they definitely need to reflect back what happened yesterday.
Yeah, I know, right? Yesterday was a very different FaZe Clan. Although they have like 57 points as of now, which is okay-ish, but then again, it's not like the FaZe Clan that we know of. First half, total 0 for them. And let's see if they're going to get the first elimination here by going up against Achol. Venturas danced around, but Achol, he does have backup.
Venturas already prepped himself with a DBS, and the nade will be taken out. But so far, it's cancelled in the last minute. Spot out Billbot! And that's a spray by Venturas. Furiously tried to take out Billbot from quite a far distance, almost 200 meters apart. But Venturas, despite he didn't actually take down any of the players, it's not safe for him to linger any much more longer. Well, Achol resort to swimming by, you know, due to that harshness shown by FaZe Clan just now.
Yeah, and he has his other teammates across, so it's good time for him to get across, play from inside of Cam Alpha Island, and that is the best spot possible for him. So great move for him to not really pursue further onto Venturas and the rest of FaZe Clan. So, and they got themselves into Cam Alpha Island, so can't complain about that. As for Crit VIP, because they came from Lakawi, it's going to take them quite a bit to cut across. So this will be the challenge for them, whether they can get into Cam Alpha Island at some point, whether it's by swimming or cutting through the bridge, or I don't see them taking the boat, so it's either one of those options then.
I personally want to see where are the teams currently right now. Did they start to migrate themselves to second checkpoint or not? Since we're still in stage 1, it seems to be quiet for now. And speaking of the circle, we're going to expect a lot of high grounds already taken by a lot of teams. Great VIP will be one of them, eyeing up to the side of FaZe Clan. Last time FaZe Clan, we saw they were taking some long-range fights against PANDUM. Now, probably due to that noise before, and Create VIP attracted to be right on top of the hills here right now and just wait for FaZe Clan to migrate later to start shooting. But at the same time, I mean, equipment-wise, Create VIP don't have that much either.
Yeah, I guess because they made a quick move, realizing that circle is far, so they loot as they move along the way. That's why we can see them making a couple of pit stops. But O2 is definitely not making any pit stops for now, getting away from the blue as they have vehicles. So, yeah, so it's a matter of whether they'll get into the Camp Alpha Island, because even in stage 1, we don't see any part of circle on the main peninsula at all, or even in the Ruins Island, so they have to make their way through. But for Sem9, passing by PEA. PEA has the first shot.
Oh, PA finally, will they start to come back? Sem9, unfortunately, they've been taken down to 2 members left, and now it's going to be a 2v2 as PA losing their members too. Is Kenny 1v1 versus the last player of PA? Can he secure the elimination or PA make it? But we're not done yet. Back to us, a 3-war fight. Make it 4. Welcome to Boom as well as XERXIA trying to cleaning up the place while Sem9 still licking their wounds.
Well, we're done with PA though. 1 point this round. Ouchies. But for O2, okay, the last we saw them, they were on vehicles and now they're in the water with kids still swimming. And NKT, they'll be one of the teams that needs the points. They will go in to pursue Boom Esports on this high ground with Razy passing by, getting the information to know where exactly the members of Sem9 are at, and they're only down to 2 players. Circle is going towards, well, Camp Alpha Island. No surprises there, and this is time for Boom Esports to wrap things up before the teams come by.
Well, Boom and RQ both can actually gatekeep the players coming up from left and the south, the right side and the southern side of the circle here just now. But for the side of Sem9, unfortunately, no time to reset at all. The players being knocked down early on, be finished off in an instant, and next is going to be Razy. Can Sem9 still fight despite they had a 4 for Boom? It's down to like, what, 2 or 3 players left?
Well, interesting enough, Sem9 scored their 5th elimination. And that was why Razy was circling around, so he got punished for it. And now Boom with 3 players, they might not pursue further, but the team that might come by and pursue is going to be MORPH.
Nate's coming in. Can he calmly taking the damage? Not so much. He got himself covered in the corner of the house. Flippy try to flush them out with a molly as well. After one team together, I mean, like, this seems like to be the hottest spot right now. Like, how many teams do we see them pass by here? Probably 3 or 4 or 5 teams by now.
Yeah, no doubt there's going to be a hot spot because it's the area after the bridge. So we may expect more teams to come. And MORPH realized that. That's why they are making this quick move against Sem9. First by knocking and eliminating Kenny. Now only Yuhai on the other side. The final member of Sem9 going up against the entire MORPH, while he has to be extra careful because Boom might still be on the high ground.
Boom is waiting for the right time to intercept this crossfire between Sem9 and MORPH. Sem9 on the other hand left with only Yuhai here. Prep himself with their rifles, M416 and a DBS just in case they're going to rush through. But for MORPH, despite they try to cook and angle up that nade, that's going to be an opportunity for Yuhai to start shooting out. But they know the angle. Zero knows exactly where Yuhai's at. That's going to be MORPH winning. But speaking of Boom, they've been waiting for this opportunity to open fire. They will try to deny the mobility of MORPH, shooting down their tires, but they're not crashing into the compound.
Yeah, not going to extend further. So they're taking a more defensive stance here. And true enough for Boom, they can afford to do so because they have the highest peak possible. And this is where teams whoever takes this peak always have a very strong advantage. And that's why Alter Ego, whenever they get the Camp Alpha circle, this is one of their spots. And Boom Esports, looking at the success of Alter Ego, they're basically emulating what Alter Ego does.
Speaking of emulating, we're gonna have a lot of swimmers emulation here inside of Sanhok 2 due to the circle comprises a lot of in the northern side. But FaZe Clan, they just left bootcamp, and we do know bootcamp is one of the best places to be at when it comes to the smallest map Sanhok here, because it's so easy to get into any type of circle that need to go over the other side. Now it's gonna be a slight swim, a short swim coming up from FaZe Clan, but last time we saw there's been a lot of swimmers as well, and there might be some gatekeepers around the riverbanks.
Yeah, it's possible now. I mean, we saw that a lot of teams managed to make it through. So expect them to set up traps for teams that come in a little bit later, including the potential of TODAK. Because right now, TODAK is still in the blue. They're not even on our map, so they're pretty far away. Circle-wise, Hatin area with still the high ground of Camp Alpha. Boom Esports still has it, but inside of Hatin, it's going to be RRQ, and XERXIA is their neighbor.
Speaking of wild, down south, blue comers, it's gonna be a crash on top of the bridge. A three-way war between Roy, TODAK, and Team Flash here right now. I don't feel good about these three teams here. It feels like the moment they're done with the fight, they might be eliminated by the blue, and nobody wins in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, a fight in the blue with this kind of circle, it's a lose-lose situation. This is where we start to look at their healing utilities, right? Batman has two first aids, and now we're moving over to TODAK. We'll have a view later on, perhaps, on how many first aids do they have, but they do have Team Flash to deal with. Spider 10 will take out Drang, if that takes out Gosu, and Spider 10 eliminates Drang, so there's another fight happening elsewhere, but we're going to focus onto the bridge right now because this is going to be the key point to get across.
TODAK tossing nades over the side of Roy, hoping they will show themselves, or some of them will be connected somehow. But you knows, I think he'll be knocked down by the side of Ifta. Ifta never with Normies, with 9 coming in with that Eugene now tossing, prepping the nade, hoping it will drop on Juke, but Juke already prepped the nade first. Ifta in trouble. Can 9 trying to do with whatever he has left of that hand grenades? Down to 3. Will Ifta have no more troubles trying to work things out with the S12K? But in the meantime, the Blues just start to eat them out alive in stage number 3, and TODAK, as well as Roy, are pretty low in terms of health themselves.
Yeah, they need to get across real quick. While we look at our mini screen, that's going to be Team Secret against NKT with Soas knocked down. TODAK, we got 9. Oh, he found 4 first aids, so that should sustain him for the moment. As for Team Secret and NKT, they're still going ahead at each other. And the fight's not over yet. Okay, now we got them on the bigger screen. Triple F is still alive together with Joker, and GK is pretty low. He needs the space to heal up, and he managed to. And the moment he did, he punished Triple F.
GK needs to reset, but where's the first aid? He couldn't learn anything. Mega Earth, and that's gonna be lots of XERXIA right now. Kiri relentlessly and recklessly just coming into the compound to finish things off. That's pretty much not breaking any sweat. But speaking of another victim of blue, we have FaZe Clan and Crave VIP down to 2 players. Troubles brewing on their side because FaZe Clan might just swing those rifles and get a couple of knocks, and it's done for Crave VIP.
Yeah, and they have to do it quick because the blue is putting pressure onto them. Crave VIP on a defensive stance. We got newbies playing today for Crave VIP, at least for the first game. And FaZe Clan needs to rush a newbie share. Good clear shot here. Here we go. He'll land a couple of shots onto Onzens, but the cover fire from behind actually knock him back down. And it is Onzens to finish off newbies. Now FaZe Clan has a bit of an opening, but the circle is unkind to these teams.
Speaking of the circle, really make it difficult for all the teams. At least Infinity got the center there, so no complaint coming up from the side of Infinity, I assume. But when it comes to the teams that's pretty much quite far from the circle, not too far though, it's just going to be 1 block away, 300 meters apart. But the problem is there's so many gatekeepers waiting at the other end, including PANDUM waiting at the edge of the circle. Now FaZe Clan have to reposition, and speaking of Boom, they still have 3 players left, but Roy, unfortunately, I mean, not too much of a progress, but Roy's on top. As long as they keep this going, they're going to be fine. But TODAK, though, 1 more player in the blue zone still.
Yes, and now TODAK still tanking out that blue. The last we saw them is on the other side of the bridge, so I wonder how okay he is for now. But the team that's pretty okay is going to be Boom, with still the high ground advantage. As long as Frenzy doesn't get knocked up here, he will be absolutely fine. Because if he gets knocked, then saving him is going to be rather difficult. So the teammates nowhere on the minimap, but on screen, we do see them on the other side of the hill, which is fine because they need to take care of their backs as well in case any other team will creep up onto them.
Speaking of creeping, GK creeping to the side of northern side of Harteen. It's not entirely inside of a circle, but they do know. I mean, like the teams that want to play it safe, they will take a bit of longer rotation, try to cut across from the northern side and go down south later on, just to follow through the circle when it comes to navigation safely into it. But Boom taking advantage of the Zygrass, but our PANDUM will try to cross across the side of the hill here. I mean, like, bomb it, as long as the circle still favors him, he doesn't have to think twice about taking these elevations at work, but if he needs to step down, that's going to be another issue to deal with.
Well, it's going to be an issue for Zeus to deal with FaZe Clan now as they rush in onto him 2v1. It's a straightforward cleanup here by FaZe Clan. And FaZe Clan right now, they are bulldozing teams. Basically, they just run. Whoever they see, they take out. It is as simple as that for FaZe Clan. But it's not as simple for O2 to save Amazon right now, and it will not be possible with Snape coming out with a final blow on Fredo.
Make it simple and quick for the other teams, but some will have to go for a standoff, including RQ and PANDUM. Now, Snape have to cross over the other side of the street. Barely got enough smokes, 3 smokes in his pocket in reserve, but question is they've been gatekept by PANDUM, who got 4 squad clustered up inside of the building. But Team Secret were hovering around the northern side. Last time we saw them slowly cutting across Harteen, and now they're landing themselves right on top of the northern side, where RQ seems to be a bit distracted against PANDUM. They have no clue about Team Secret right now.
Yeah, Team Secret, they are still hiding themselves, but the blue will force them to come out for sure. RRQ somewhat has an idea, but they don't have a good clear sight of Team Secret. But nevertheless, they'll let the blue do its work and force them out. But RRQ is not particularly in the circle as well. But I guess at this point, they wouldn't mind getting exit frags out of Team Secret.
As long as they get something out of it and not going empty-handed, that's going to be a good run for them, because you do know Sanhok is the map that really highly dependent on the circle rotations too, so not everyone can play alongside with the circle all the time. Alright, good, taking on PANDUM. Boom as well. PANDUM in trouble. They've been sandwiched between 2 teams here right now, leaving with only 1 player left, while RRQ keep it going, the pressure on the side of PANDUM. Now, we thought PANDUM would gatekeep RRQ, thanks to Boom. Feels like RQ have a breather despite Blues start to hit them in, and it's gonna be close enough for Team Secret to have to cut across RQ as well. Might get more points than they expected for RQ.
Yeah, if they can finish off these 2 members of Team Secret, unless they pull off a surprise to RRQ, because they got 1 and they're looking for the other members of RRQ. So Fnatic will go into the pocket of Team Secret. That puts them in a dominating position with 5 elimination points. Right now, Brick is in the same building. He takes a bit of damage. Brick fires back, and Brick will go down, leaving only GK now.
Teams. Oh, that was fast. RRQ taking on Break.
Whoa.
Boom finish off, and Boom is cleaning up the mess by the other teams. They scored himself 5 eliminations from above. While I say they definitely use it efficiently well for the high grounds, but not going to be done yet for them, because right now MORPH is running away from Boom as well. It feels like Boom happened to have the rise of the sudden occasion here since yesterday, and they keep the momentum till today.
Yeah, Boom is still in it. Although the circle went away, but yeah, I give the benefit of the doubt because Boom Esports, they drop in Cam Alpha Island with this circle. They have to do decently well. 5 eliminations for now. They are at 81 points, plus later we'll tabulate the placement points as well. And they'll have the chance to gain more elimination points. Look at this. MORPH, they don't have any other route other than hiking up. And Boom Esports, they do know that they're down there.
They can actually. There's a small shack around, but it will be visualized by Boom right on top. But they can cut across straight. They're probably going to go around towards the northern side of a mountain here. That's one way to do it. Like I mentioned, it's going to be an open space the moment they try to cross over the other side. So it's either take down on Boom or wait Boom to climb down their high horses and wait it at the foot of the mountain. That's going to be one way to do it. But Team Secret, last play, have been scouted by Infinity, who still have a full squad. Surprisingly, Infinity, they got the center, but not much of action yet.
Yeah, Infinity, they scored the chicken dinner yesterday in Sanhok with a similar circle. So they'll probably be repeating the same process. and hoping for the same result. As Mormon will be knocked down by Yummy. Okay, looking for more, and Mormon eliminated by Yummy, not stolen away by anyone else. Boom Esports still with the circle. And with this still high ground, well, we still got stage 7. So Boom Esports will be praying for the circle to still be on that high ground so they will have to be able to keep the advantage.
Oh, it's got to pray and spray for now for Boom. At least the spraying got themselves some outcome. But FaZe Clan, at least this time they got themselves some points and on the first half of the day. But for Infinity, the reenactment of yesterday's performance, can they do it again? Yeah, with 1 point only in terms of eliminations, but they will try to force Boom to get out of their high horses. And speaking of the circle do favors Boom's side, so they're going to go for the left side of the mountain to just slowly climb up and try to visualize to the side of Boom. But Boom also, since they've been up here for a long time, do they have enough reserve?
That's why we'll keep an eye on them when our observer pans over, so that is a good point there. They have been firing down, but didn't get the chance to reset themselves. Okay, the reference is pretty low. Okay, he's down to 28 bullets. Hopefully his other teammates will be able to spare him some later on. Gotuni goes down to the zone, and Boom Esports, they do have control, but like what you said, when it comes to utilities, pretty low. But we'll put our focus onto Infinity and MORPH now.
Infinity forcing towards a fight against MORPH. Did not expect it to happen. Their target before it was Boom. Now with the current standing, Boom definitely can have those chickens away because Infinity just caught themselves in the crossfire and being sandwiched in between, and unfortunately they have to go down despite having one elimination, at least some consolation out of the placement points. But for MORPH, we're back to another round between them and Boom. It's going to be a 3v4, but the fourth player pretty low themselves the side of MORPH.
Now they need to be really careful with their utilities. Okay, Bombay pretty low behind this rock, and Bombay managed to evade all those nades, and he landed one on the flippy from the top. Frenzy gets one target. Okay, switches now to a UMP. That's going to be his last few bullets here. Gets another knockdown, beautifully done, and looks like the blue will do its work as well onto MORPH. MORPH right now losing play after play. It's going to be 0 with only 10% of health left. Rushes in past the smoke, and looks like he will not be able to do it as Boom Esports continue their amazing run.
Boom, since yesterday, they are back here to take this Super Sunday in their back and just keep moving and pushing forward for the rest of the entirety of the week now. Now, a lot of you guys questioning, can Boom even get into the last Super Sunday? Will they be missed at Grand Finals, including me, of course. I did ask that before and prior to this week. But hey, they prove us wrong. They're coming back within a day. They scored like what? Yesterday they scored 60-ish points in a day. And now they're starting off quite strong. It still dragged the momentum from yesterday. Nobody can stop Boom at their peak performance yet.
Yeah, proving the doubters wrong. That is fun for us to watch, of course. 12 eliminations for Boom Esports, so that's 22 points collected here. 22 points, the last we saw them with 78 points. I mean, this will be way more than enough for them to pass through based on our previous data of the magical number 90 in the last chance qualifiers. And our MVP, Yummy May, with the 5 eliminations.
Welcome back, Yummy May. It's been so long since we actually see him across the board here. And Yummy May, when it comes to Sanhok, he's supposed to be one of the kings down here once upon a time when it comes to DBS plays with 925, 5, a lot of 5, 152 for damage received. Team contribution wise, I think everybody pull off the same weight here when it comes to Boom as an entire team, thanks to the high elevation of grounds that score himself quite a plenty of eliminations.
And MORPH made it to a second place finish, so they're up here as well, together with FaZe Clan and Team Secret. So these are our highlight teams. At Boom Esports, we saw the early elimination for one of their players up against Sam9, so they only had a full squad time of 7 minutes 22 seconds, but they're still able to wrap things up thanks to their good positioning together with the circle that favored them. But let's check out the best moments here from our Sanhok match.
We're back to the numbers. 22 total points coming out quite strong, super strong for Boom. I mean, a sudden rise. Definitely, we need to know what they fixed, what's changed within a day for Boom to push the numbers so much higher. I think it's 100% for them to get into the Super Sunday with these points right now.
Yeah, if you base on previous data, this is good enough for them. But since they're on the roll, why not just continue to put on the momentum, because Super Sunday is still a place where they still need to really perform by then. But of course, we'll talk about Super Sunday again tomorrow. Other than that, our highlight teams, the Infinity, 6 points, TODAK 5 points. At least they're on page 1, so at least that's a good starter for these teams here with the 5 more games to go. But for PEA, we saw an early elimination earlier on, and they ended this round with only 1 point.
Whilst we're looking at plenty of zeros down there, including OT, Esports, XERXIA, IP, and XERXIA. I mean, we expect this coming up from these teams. When it comes to Sanhok, they definitely don't like Sanhok too much. But PA, at least they scored something for today. But for Roy, also 1 point, 2 points for Team Flash and KT with a 4 singers for PANDUM. Now I'm surprised PANDUM only scored 4 because they've been in a fight for such a long time.
Yeah, they have been chasing the zone as well, so a lot of things happen for Team PANDUM, but there's still 5 more games to go. But as of now, Boom Esports collected a total amount of 98 points with the first chicken dinner. That shot them up significantly above TODAK with 75 points as of now. But of course, today we'll be looking at who's the top 8. So as of now, it's going to be Team Flash with 60 points, 62 points. I'm curious to see like how close are the points here when we flip over to page 2.
Yeah, we do know when it comes to the golden number of last chance, it's going to be around 90 points coming up for the last chance stage towards the Super Sunday. But when it comes to this sort of gap, since it's quite a small gap here, it might bump the numbers up a bit, I assume, because we're starting off the day around 50 and 60s. Team Secret also seems to be very close to the 8th place just now, saying good for MORPH. So is it safe to just be 90 or probably just 91 or 92 to be safer?
Well, as a data guy, I would go at least with the previous data of 90. So at least that's the base benchmark now. Of course, when it comes to like the reality that things might change, delta 1, 2 and here and there, but a range of 90 should be pretty safe enough for teams based on previous data, that is. But teams are definitely not safe from Yummy May this round. 935 damage, and also Pombin, his teammate, comes in at 2nd place, 812 damage together with Kim. And we have the other 2 slots filled by an Indonesian player, Snape, as well as Zero from RRQ and MORPH.
Yeah, when it comes to the top 4 gunslingers, it feels like Sanhok dominated by all individuals of the Indonesian teams. And we have Boom to finish off a chicken dinner just now, carrying forward the momentum since yesterday. But will they be okay when it comes to Erangel? That's where they had the rise yesterday for Boom and pretty much drop it in Miramar yesterday. But I want to see, can they still carry forward after they're done with the chicken dinner in Sanhok just now for Boom?
Yeah, and then now it's more of like how much can they roll throughout the day and also bring it on to tomorrow, because it's now super duper likely that we will see Boom Esports in the Super Sunday. So that is the wrap for the Sanhok match. Again, another Camp Alpha circle. We've seen tons of that this season. Maybe an indication that the circle gods might grant us even in the grand finals later.
Now, what's going to be fun, not just about the circle. If the circle favors a team at the very bottom, and a team like example here, it's going to be MORPH, right? We do know they can and have the caliber to push up to 22 eliminations in one single map. They did it before. They might actually do it again if they're desperate enough for the side of MORPH, of course. If MORPH actually do that, imagine the contention or the competition when it comes to the top 8. Only 8 more slots available for the last Super Sunday here. We already have that very tight from 1st place to probably 9th to 10th place right now. Barely can get in. Add on another team that might actually push those numbers up. Now that's going to be super fun.
Yeah, I know, right? It's fun if we see like a lot of slots matter until the final game. So that's a good overall there. And it'll be also fun to see like, well, I'm still kind of like hopeful, right? We get to see all 3 teams that have not made it into Super Sunday to be there as well, and it'll make our Super Sunday even more fun with also means that a lot more teams that only went in once, that would like truly shake up things and the numbers in the Super Sunday as well.
Yeah, when it comes to the teams that didn't make it throughout all the Super Sunday, it's quite a number of them. We talked about how many teams we talked about last time? Around 8. Oh, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 teams only had one Super Sundays before. We do have some swaps coming up from RRQ. So can they make a change with this lineup or not? Maybe even PEA. Now you talked about PEA to get into the Super Sunday, but yeah.
Well, I mean, if there's a example, it's Boom Esports. So everyone was like, writing the MORPH and all that, but they came back strong. So I would still give the benefit of the doubt. As long as you have enough games, mathematically it's still possible, then okay, let's see what they can come up with. Of course, I mean, it's obvious, right? From performance-wise, we hardly see a good performance by PA, but yeah, as long as there is still a runway there, it is the benefit of the doubt to PA.
I'm going to say something that they might actually hate listening to this, but yeah, when it comes to performance-wise, numbers, of course, there's always a possibility as long as enough games, I agree, which they have to average more than 10 points in each of the map for PA, but so far we can feel like the team, okay, we do know their caliber of trying to push and try to go aggressive and get out of their own way since they have nothing to lose anymore and push all out and get those crazy amount of eliminations in the game, but PA never done that before. We don't see that side of them just yet, so it makes me question, can they even do it now?
Well, I guess the only people who can answer is them themselves. So yeah, I just didn't want to sound too doom and gloom for them, right? So just to keep things up, because yeah, there's still that 5 more games to go. Mathematically, like if you do a boom, basically you can still pass through. So yeah, I'll just leave it as that.
I agree. I mean, like, Boom performance yesterday should inspire them to actually really push it out all today. If Boom can do it, why not they? Because basically they are humans. The same goes for the side of Boom. I mean, unless they're coming up from different planet that we don't know of. Everyone eats the same food there, and they all sleep, they all get tired. They are humans too. So I mean, like, yeah, why not? Let's show us once, like, a PA, what you're really made of.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, it is up to them, right? So yeah, as long as there's the games, we'll leave it as it is. But we won't leave our next round, of course. We have not forgotten about the Erangel match, obviously. And we'll be jumping into that real soon. A couple of changes being made in some of the squads. Let's see if that changes their destiny as well. Because Erangel will be played 3 times. It is a map that they must do well. Without further ado, let's go.
Buckle up, ladies and gents. We're heading into the first Erangel of the day, which means you're gonna have a lot of fun times here with guns blazing around and trying to get themselves some pick off early from the start of stage number 1. But this time we have very southern flight path, which means we either gonna get, you know, quite a centered sort of circle, or maybe, as per usual, Medusa intersection a lot this week, I assume.
Yeah, we've seen a good amount of that. We've also seen a good amount of Gaka as well. So if it goes there, then it's going to be like another day in the office for these teams. But if it goes to like somewhere that we hardly see, of course, Zaki is one of them. All the way to the edge of Milta Power, I would love to see that as well. We've seen a good amount made to the base. So if I were to put out like a wish list, Milta Power would be pretty nice. We almost got that, I believe, yesterday. At the end of the day, it went towards the lumber mill area. So if we do get a Milta Power, it's tough to play, and it forces a lot of teams to go all the way to the edge. So that'll be pretty fun to watch too.
TLDR, your wish list is gonna be one direction at the very edge of the map. That's as long as we got water in it, and that's pretty good for you, right? So you're gonna have to wait until maybe you got your wish. Yesterday you got plenty of wish, and it might be came through just now. But I love this circle.
A 50-50-ish circle. Like it could still go to the main peninsula. So this kind of circle, we have seen it scam W3D4 there somewhere this year, and it was like,
Yeah.
oh, it looked like it would go to mid to the base until like what, stage 7 or something like that. Then it went all the way to the
Exactly.
main peninsula, so that was super duper challenging for all these teams. So this kind of circle is definitely not kind.
Yeah, and I still remember the only one that actually have some risk takers down there was BETR. They're definitely glad they actually go all the way back to the main peninsula in the last minute too. It was fun to watch, hilarious even. I mean, like, sorry for the players, but not so sorry when you're watching it and having fun as well, right? Because we are casters, we do love some drama by the end of the day. Speaking of drama, starting off with our last chicken dinner winner, being chased by Team Secret this time.
Oh, and looks like they're not going to let a Boom Esports go. They're going in for it. Team Secret definitely needs more points than Boom Esports now. Frenzy will go down, and they're in still for the chase. We got GK here. Road Rage. Here we go. Gets down immediately. Knocks down Yummy May. And 2 more to go for Boom Esports for them to sniff out.
It feels like they know exactly who's the MVP in the last match, and that's the MVP, guys. Let's just aim him first, and that's what happened to the side of Boom right now. They are still relentlessly and recklessly just persistent chasing over Razy for the next target. They barely got enough, though. They barely got enough ammunition. That's the thing.
Okay. 8 on the Micro Uzi. Scar L not too sure yet. So they might want to let this one go since they're pretty low themselves. John is still going in for it though. Okay, he's probably confident with his Scar L, but he takes the safer approach by parking himself on the other side. But GK is still on the chase. Okay, here we go. I wonder how much ammunition does he has, but I think they're starting to call it off now.
I mean, they should. We barely have enough. They barely have enough to even survive themselves. But they managed to scare the heck out of Boom players to hide themselves and just cower into one corner. Frenzy is just shaking. Don't come us. Don't come near us. It feels like they are the Grim Reaper for Boom right now, coming up from Team Secret. Razy took himself a bit of chances with those smoke up. Daisy and Trunk will leave. Frenzy's like, oh, it's not our day to go yet.
Relief for Boom. They lost one player, but yeah, by now 98 points. Boom Esports losing one player. They'll be like, yeah, whatever.
It's fine.
It's fine.
They're definitely fine up there. We talk about them 100% getting into Super Sundays anyways, but they still want to give up. I feel like Team Secret not done yet. I smell something here, but Karma hits back. So much down on the ground. Who to help him? GK gonna abandon him entirely. Speaking of friends, oh my god.
And Pombit fired back onto Soas. Well, I guess a bit of a trade between the two. And it would be fun to see them like meet up again later once they are all stocked up. Then it will be a fun watch to see who gets the last laugh.
And things got really personal between these two teams now. Team Secret, they cannot play around too much anymore. Not being too reckless will be the best solution for them too. Because Team Secret, they barely got themselves the top 8. They are at a tie with Team Flash. The only difference right now is going to be that one elimination point coming up from Boom. If they go recklessly into this last chance stage, if they get eliminated early, that's given so much opportunity for Team Flash and MORPH to push them down.
Yeah. But how far can they drop, right? If like for Boom, basically they need like from TODAK all the way to Team Flash to push them down. So
No, I meant Team Secret. Yeah.
oh, for Team Secret. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
No problem.
If I would, but Team Secret. I'm looking at their points, right? 62, 62. Then you got 58. Ooh, close. And then you got a bit of a gap there, 46. 46 is like what? 16 points difference. Yeah, so that's okay. Yeah, but you just need one team to basically push you down. For now, that is.
And there's two teams eligible for that reason too. We talk about Team Secret can afford to lose any points or being eliminated early. But speaking of Sam9, where they at? Sam9, they're pretty much on top, but they're not going to have enough points to secure their placement for the Super Sunday yet. They have to get into the 90s to secure and solidify the position up here. But for the side of Sam9, it's going to be AOK. TODAK, on the other hand, taking a bit of risk. And surprisingly, the teams that happen to be sharing next to each other in the same boat seem to be, keep on colliding with each other.
Oh, but Team Secret will be colliding with PEA. They probably took the boat ride. Okay. and they landed themselves in Novo. Now at least Boom Esports, they kind of put Team Secret in a small handicap. So PA, they have this small advantage. But of course, they're going up against Team Secret in their home ground of Novo. So that's the advantage that Team Secret has. And we can see how comfortable they are navigating around. They do have vehicles, and they are surrounding PEA from different sides.
I mean, like, this is their trump card for Team Secret. I agree. This is their lair. They should know every nook and cranny. Unless, well, PA will surprise us. But we do know PA not the team that, you know, will be aggressively approaching fights. But Boom, TODAK, well, Pombit seems to be alone. That's going to be the last player. Yeah, Boom, unfortunately, from the highs to the very lows. But it's Boom. It's fine. I mean, like, if they stop the momentum here, they're still going to be here the Super Sunday tomorrow. But on the side of TODAK, they needed the point as much as the other teams down there.
Yeah, so maybe it's like for Boom, it's like, okay, we go out early so that you guys can get points. If we're still around, then you guys might not get points. So Boom is being the good guy now.
Yeah, you guys want it? Come and take it. This lollipop's meant for you. Oh, so nice. But yeah, back inside of Team Secret. Well, you talked about how they know every nook and cranny, and it's supposed to be their one of the initial drop spots, so they know exactly where to find these players and how they're hiding themselves. So they got themselves on top of those high grounds around the crane area. So PA, I don't think them waiting it out will actually be a better result. It's either get out or fight it out, because if they keep on waiting and Team Secret seems to be aware about their presence, I feel like there's going to be a tough spot for BA. But we talked about the blue zone later, which more coming up. We have around what 5-6 teams in the blue, and thanks to the circle. Wow, amazing circle.
Well, 100% mid to the base, so yeah, at least that's not a scammy circle. And that allows PA to continue to wait out, which is fine because, yeah, you have the circle, you have this entire Novo area for you. It's okay. More teams to come by to Novo. There are other better spots, so maybe we'll leave it to those two teams for now inside the Novo itself. TODAK made it pass by, so that also tells me that there wasn't many bridge campers on either side of the bridge, so everyone's just focused on getting into the circle.
Because everyone was thinking like maybe there's somebody on top of the bridge, and everyone seems to be thinking the same way. So everybody take a bit of a boat ride. We're coming up from the south, very south of SMB. Now, speaking of the teams that's nearby the blue zone, we have Roy and XERXIA just tailing each other out. For XERXIA, they try to clear the compounds and the area around where they at here, just in case they'll be backstabbed later on. But they did not venture out all the way where Roy's actually stands. So I don't know if they know each other's presence, but with the fire open, warning shots coming in, and XERXIA definitely knows about Roy's position now.
Yep, and Roy is tanking the blue while they try to fire on to XERXIA. And whenever a team is in the blue, this is where we look at their healing utilities especially. But at least Roy, they're making their move now. They're not overstaying there, as of now, that is. RRQ. They are in the mid to the base island, so it's okay for them as long as they're in there. Interesting enough that RRQ is not playing the bridge camping strat this time. But of course, with this kind of shape of circle, it won't make sense for them to continue to stay on the left bridge, especially if we look at Snape. He has no first aids, so they might as well move on.
FaZe Clan taking a lot of time in the blue here. I think they're trying to get themselves some first aid and a lot of utilities just in case things go south. I mean, like, definitely the circle already goes south. Panther. But yeah, MORPH on the other hand will overstay themselves a bit much longer. I think they are probably just worried about bridge campers, but you know what, they're the one that actually probably bridge camping too. It's a bit late for the reaction towards Roy. Tracking seems to be a bit later too, so unfortunately Roy easily just flee by, and wee they go.
Wee they go, and we will be on the other side. We will wait for you there, MORPH. So MORPH, okay, but not everyone from Roy is there. So we still have a Juke and a Car here. One first aid onto Car. Juke, I wonder how many he has. But his other teammates, okay, they can't turn back right now. They have to just move on.
Speaking of moving on, definitely not moving on. But this is going to be a super fun circle. We have Nova Remnoye. That's going to be a very first circle of Nova Remnoye we actually see here across the entirety of this tournament. Speaking of the crowd coming out from South West, it's a bit crowded and it's super concentrated. We're gonna have a thin knot of a crowd by sifting through a couple of bullets with a lot of teams keeping, of course. Infinity, well, it's gonna be overextending their stay inside of the blue zone. It's gonna be a no win at all between these two teams, perhaps.
Well, 5 first ace. Tiger might as well go in for it, and he got Juki just like that, thanks to the points. And not only that, he probably will be able to pick up a couple of first aids in the process. So Tiger will still be alright as of now. But of course, last we saw the circle, it shifted all the way to the right. So Infinity, they have to stock themselves up with all these first aids.
Yeah, they're late into the party. And speaking of which, FaZe Clan, XERXIA, probably one more team. It's going to be around 5 teams, I assume, that coming in super late. And probably going to be 2 that will survive by end of stage number 3 later on. PANDUM, they are gatekeeping against TODAK, denying their entrance from the very south side. And that forces TODAK to break their formation and scatter about. But it will be their advantage if they know how to wrap around PANDUM.
Yeah, so PANDUM right now, they are in this house. Are they truly wrapping around? Somewhat. They have a good spread against PANDUM for now. But they need to find that advantage before they rush in. Well, we look at the elimination feed. Last we saw Infinity, they were on the main peninsula. Looks like they're stuck with Baseman. But on screen, we do have MORPH right now in engagement with Roy. The 2 members that made it across. And they bump into MORPH and they got eliminated.
I'm surprised RRQ being knocked down from that distance. They were quite splitted about and spreading out thin 4-3-1 formation. Unfortunately, still being pinned down. I don't know what is going on the side of RRQ, but the performance is still seems to be questionable right now about their response to the subject that they're going against. But Sam9 and TODAK, we have another fight here between these two teams. Well, Sam9 down to 3 players. TODAK's still going to be the same as well. It's back to 3v3, where you are no more to be seen. But what a neighbor 9.
Nice need there. And Sam9, they fall apart. Roy, okay, no surprises there, eliminated. I mean, the last we saw, it was only 1 player. There were so many teams around. Now we're back onto the other side. So we have XERXIA here, Mega Mind, and Turney K's on the lower ground. And Turney K, he does have a DBS, hoping to find the final member, but doesn't have it on site yet. He does have 3 first aids though. Mega Mind, no first aids, so... And the circle moved towards Novo, man. Okay, this fight, it's going to be maybe a lose-lose situation now. But first, we're going to see Turney K win it.
Oh, thanks to the circle, we see more actions, but more about blue zone actions than actually the players' action here, because everybody are striving and so hard to keep themselves alive with barely have enough first aids in their bags too. Speaking of which, one of these is gonna be O2. They are battling against the Invisibles, which gonna be the blue zone is here to take your life away. While Team Flash barely make it out, he got himself dropped from the vehicle. One of the members of Team Flash, if it's get knocked down, there's nobody can actually go and save him out. While PANDUM, they are parking themselves around the banks, the river banks, but unfortunately, be spotted out by some of the other teams as well. So it's going to be TODAK swimming over across just beneath them. There's also MORPH, Hazel trying to pin them down. There's going to be a 3-way fight, but TODAK was probably going to say goodbye first.
Yeah, they'll say adios amigo. I would rather say hi to the zone instead. And RRQ, they do not have the zone, but they try to block out other teams from coming in. They have a very large spread at stage 4 with this kind of circle, so it's going to be interesting on how they manage this. RRQ, okay, they're still spending time on the outside, some of the players especially, and Nabeko still looking around for his next target. We can see on the minimap, actually there are a lot of teams that manage to pass by RRQ.
Yeah, it feels RRQ, their wall seems to have a lot of loopholes down there. Everybody just can get through the net, which pretty questionable regarding the formation. Are they guarding or are they gatekeeping or are they just letting everybody through? So that's another question we should ask for our RQ side. But Great VIP and Pro definitely have a sight towards the side of NKT players. They're just gonna pass by, but can they get out safe? They got straight within the trees, and that will cover the visualization of Great VIP and Pro. A bit devastated, but next, we're not done yet for the fights. FaZe Clan circling around NKT. Another fight on the southwest side.
Yeah, and NKT, 2 teams onto them as they got eliminated with no points this round. RRQ, now time for them to move in, but they have FaZe Clan to deal with. Nepeko takes a lot of damage. Now time for him to heal up while No Mercy takes care of the front line. And RRQ, time is still not on their side. They're still on the outside of the circle with still some teams or some players on the outside as well. So this place is actually well surrounded.
Yep, circling around, probably going to do the job with your vehicles there, not using any rifles, probably going to do the trick as well. But RQ, they will have a reset while they try to reunite and move as a unit later on, while FaZe Clan keep it at bay for Crit VIP, who's breaching on those elevations just around the corner of those hills. And here comes an hit coming from RQ. Will FaZe Clan be sandwiched by RQ and Crit VIP at the same time?
Well, the moment you mentioned Chris VIP, Iron Pro got knocked down by the zone. So that could probably open up some level of space for RRQ. So now they're making their move. But Newbie is there to knock down Nepeko, stopping RRQ on their tracks. Now Nepeko tries to fire back onto a member of Crit VIP that made this rotation. Nepeko will be revived. Newbie cooking up his nade. Snape is pretty low. There's one nade. Could knock down Snape's nade. He has to heal up quick. But oh man, it is New Helton that blew up the vehicle to knock down Snape instead.
No Mercy, you have to reach out to the rest of the members, but a nade coming over to this side to know exactly where No Mercy is at. FaZe Clan going to be the trouble for the side of RQ. No Mercy was Nape and Nepeko still barely living out alive. RQ, they are in shambles, living with only one player left here to stand and save the player. Crit VIP, unfortunately, to be caught in the process too, and seems to be the first one to go down with No Mercy knocked down, leaving with only one player of RQ. Speaking of another team coming in, another third party out of nowhere popped their head. That's going to be Team Flash.
Man, so many teams on the left side of this circle. And the blue will be on top of them. Onzen's fire back on Team Flash. Onzen's almost got that knock for himself while Nine Noise is healing up. Nepeko and Snape will be eliminated. That means RRQ is out. But they scored 7 eliminations.
All that's close to get themselves the chicken of the value coming up from eliminations there. Of course, they're going to be super happy, better than their last performance, of course. But we're speaking back towards side of TODAK. And TODAK 79 do have only 2 and 1 players. Same goes for the side of FaZe Clan, who've been trapped in the crossfire the longest time. But unfortunately, greeted by Team Flash, Onzens is down, leaving FaZe Clan with only 1 player. I assume Niners couldn't hold the ground too long. He started to rotate himself into the vehicles and straight into the crossfire of the center.
Well, might as well go for it now. And I guess they made the calculation that, if all the teams are by the side, probably the center is empty. So just go for it. It's probably a good anticipation. But in Novo, Amazal, he still needs to anticipate that PEA could still be here. And we got Kido here on top of this tower. And he's still spending time in the blue. He's out of first aids though, so, oh man, bandage is not going to be enough now. He won't be able to survive this at all.
Well, barely. Or he can just jump down and deny himself later on. There's one way to go as well. At least he's denying his own points there. For Kiddo, there's no saving grace on top of those high levels of terrain or building or structure. But PEA, they are aware about Amaze's position. The problem with PEA that I noted, they spend too much commitment towards only 1 player sometimes. But that's going to be a rush finish of Amaze. That should be a clear entry into the circle for the side of PEA. Their next trouble should be Team Secret on the northern side as well.
Well, but gotta give it to Amazal. He still is the longest survivor for O2. So gotta give him credit for that. But it's just too bad that he went out at number 9, so he was just 1 placement away from at least gaining 1 placement point. So 1 point only for O2 in this round. We move back over to the other side of the circle, this time on the south. TODAK and Team PANDUM still adding with each other, but in around 10 more seconds, the circle should move away.
It depends on whoever get the luckiest fortune for today. When it comes to their feng shui, who got the better feng shui? It's gonna be FaZe Clan, sharing 7-9 their neighbor. They're just gonna tap all the other teams across the other side. And the circle ended up in no man's land where nobody's in the center except for Team Secret. But of course, for the side of BA, the North Shift definitely will give them some opportunity to score a chicken. It is gonna be one of their biggest opportunity based on the circle shifted away. But for PANDUM and TODAK, both seem to be in the same boat there.
Yeah, PANDUM, TODAK, no circle. Circle goes up north, and they will need to end this fight real soon. This standoff cannot continue on. They got 15 more seconds. Okay, TODAK, they do have vehicles. Team PANDUM, probably not. So let's see how will Team PANDUM manage this. But we'll look at the elimination feed. Looks like Rush being knocked down by Drunk from Team Secret. Okay, TODAK making their move. Team PANDUM, as what we expected, no vehicles. So they need to pray hard that they'll be able to cut through. But the one member of TODAK is he able to survive this. He goes up to the high ground, but from the back, nice surprise.
And greeted them warmly as well. TODAK, the moment they fished out the rest and remaining members of PANDUM by taking the bait going up front, that's going to be them knowing exactly how to gatekeep to the side of PANDUM. But thanks to MORPH, or was it MORPH? Or was it Team Secret that gave so much opportunity for the side of PANDUM to be alive for that one remaining member? Unfortunately, TODAK, despite they know exactly what's behind them, they'll be eliminated first.
Yeah, and look at this, right? Team PANDUM, they didn't have vehicles, but they went to the building where TODAK was. They took a buggy, and now they're on the move. But Archer is not particularly in the circle yet, but at least he gets a bit closer, so he has some time to buy. Boo from Sam 9 on the lower ground. I believe he'll be staying as quiet as possible, but the bad news for him is that he is still on the outside of the circle, and it seems like 9 Noise is waiting for him to make the move.
Boo just next to FaZe Clan. PANDUM. This is gonna be a very lonely trio down here at this corner. Boo, Achul, and 9 Noise. Might as well be friends right now. But I do know that MORPH seems to be very interested in this angle. To the way they actually look over this side, can actually score them 3 teams at the same time. With almost shredded entirely, Zama and Boo thinking about how to get up there. With no smokes, only one hand grenade. He can actually take down on 9 Noise. I think 9 Noise can hear his footsteps coming in. Achul just gonna leave, so Achul will probably not be one of the victims across the solo fights. But 9 Noise waiting for the corner to be appearing down there. The IGL of 7-9 scores 1.
Yeah, nicely done. 9 Noise, he only had 50% of health, so he cannot match up to the health of Bobo to trade it back. And finally went down. But now we move back onto the northern side. PA is still in the game with 3 players. And we got Team Secret in front of them. And PA, they are aware of the presence of another team on the high ground as well. So by having this information, they know that they do not want to overstep themselves. Instead, their next focus could be Team Secret still, since we still have stage 7 coming upon us.
Yeah, fingers crossed for the teams, hoping the circle will favor them anyhow. If they just move in the center, it's gonna be everybody needs to move forward, including Team Secret and PA. Nobody's is safe with this sort of circle. My god, it's making super difficult for these teams that's remaining. 16 left, but none of them touching even the rim of a circle right now, except for the southern part, of course. And coming out from the north with 2 teams very close against each other, I assume the north will be only one winning over this fight.
Well, the one that did not win the fight is going to be Achul, the final member of Team PANDUM. And they're out at number 6 for elimination points. We now have our top 5 teams. And all of them are still on the outside of the circle. This is going to be real interesting on who's going to make the first move in.
Nobody willing to take a move. And speaking of moving towards the center, it's all about utilities now. Team Flash will rush into MORPH's side. And they're going to finish off in a very fast time as well, because it was a 2v4, the entire crew of Team Flash swarming around where MORPH was standing. Now Sam 9, surprisingly, who lasted long enough by himself to be in the top 4, while the rest of the team have a trio and even a full squad on the side of Team Flash. Team Flash do have better numbers when it comes to even the position to secure this chicken dinner, since it's going to be a stalemate between Team Secret and PA for now.
Yeah, and the stalemate will be broken soon. Look at this, the blue is on the tail. Okay, break. Fire onto PEA. They know that they need to clear off PEA. And PA needs to do the same as well to Team Secret. So they're sending names towards Break. Break almost knocked. That was super duper close. Look at that health. It's only one tick of health left.
So close. Overpeaking might be a problem. GK. Ooh, back towards the side of BA, and the circle will shift any time now. 30 seconds to go, and they don't have any time now. Both team in dire need to leave their compounds, including Team Secret. They got those walls to climb off to, but PA, they got one nade naded down, and the nade exchange hands between these two teams. It's a nade galore, but will Team Flash take advantage? They're moving towards this corner too. This two team will not make it. Team Flash just gonna get more eliminations here.
Well, in fact, they're coming by, so they're scouting for opportunities here. Team Secret now is Team Flash to deal with. PA eliminated number 3, and now Team Flash came by. The moment they arrived, they not only eliminated them, but they even scored a chicken dinner right after.
Oh, we got a chicken. Oh, that's it? Yeah, that's done. Yeah, pretty much okay. Yeah, that's going to be the conversation for now, because that was a quick, swift chicken dinner because of how tight PA against the next team before them just now. For Team Flash, all they need to do is just finish off the job. Basically, there's no contention anymore since we have only one player of SEPT that lasted there for the longest time. And that's a clear entry into us the last two teams. For Team Flash, just not breaking any sweat at all. It's definitely well-deserving chicken dinner with a lot of eliminations up here.
Yeah, we're talking about 15 eliminations, 25 points for Team Flash. And they scored this one swiftly as well towards the end. No hesitation, move in, clean up Team Secret, and that's how they wrap up that round. While Team Secret, they were busy with PA, so all the audio cues was out in the field, and Team Flash, they were aware of it, they took advantage of it, and a great work there by Team Flash. Team coordination was definitely on point. And our MVP, the man on point, is Zeus.
Well, we have no surprise come out from Zeus. He's pretty good when it comes to those DBS plays. He loves those CQCs, and we can see that he can clutch it by himself. 38% of headshot. That's one of the highest number we have across the entirety of the tournament here, with 544 damage to eliminations, 25 minutes and 90 survival time, and 19% of team contribution. And I assume every single one player of Team Flash just now did contribute quite a number of eliminations. So pretty much everybody did their own role and do their own job.
And besides Team Flash, we have to give it to Team Secret, TODAK, and PEA for coming out as one of our top teams. And even Team Secret, because of that early chase with Boom Esports, they only have 4 minutes 3 seconds as a full team. But let's check out this great moment here by Team Flash.
Well, Team Secret definitely got the advantage of their super hot drop spot as per usual, but when it comes to numbers, the only team with double digit, not just elimination, but with total points, that was Flash. Within the Flash, you're going to push your numbers up with 25 points.
Yeah, even their closest contender, Team Secret, is 8 points. This is arguably the biggest gap between number 1 and number 2 that we have ever seen in this season. This is crazy here by Team Flash. And the fact that they came in later, no bridge campers, so Team Flash had a good time crossing onto the main database island. But other highlight teams, okay, TODAK is up here 8 points, PA 7 points, so that is not bad, but they definitely could use more points than that. But we'll look at the overalls in a little bit more later. The Infinity though, they are not in page 1, so where are they?
Yep, they're definitely going to be on page number 2 with 5 points only without placement points, and still quite a good figure up there with 5 eliminations of overall. And I do love the gap between the first and second place. Even though it's quite big, it's significantly large, but it means that a lot of teams will not ended up with a 0 down here, which going to be only one team, NKT. NKT after week 1, they just slowly diminishing with their performance. I don't know what happened, but they are definitely not going to be at a great spot here right now, unless they happen to be rise up all of a sudden when it comes to the second half of the day.
Yeah, 4 more games to go. We are counting down the games now, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll look at the overall scores because that is where it all matters, right? Especially who's on page 1 and page 2. So Team Flash, after that chicken dinner with a whooping amount of 25 points, they are at 87 points now. So Team Flash looking really, really nice. TODAK with an okay round, 83 points, so they are very close to the golden number. But the closest one, okay, Infinity is actually not too bad as well. 78 points, 4 more games to go, so they're pretty nice here. XERXIA, 72 is the number that we want to compare with the number 9 who's on page 2.
Yeah, most of page 1 teams, as long as they can secure 5 points across all the remaining maps for the rest of the day, they're gonna be a-okay, including even Team Secret will be one of them too. There's going to be 100% must for them to get at least 5 points across every single map. But for MORPH, they have to do more work, including PANDUM. Now, there's going to be some significant gap between the 10 and 11 places. This is where it will differentiate between the teams that will get into the Super Sunday or not. Unless if they surprise us on the second page at the very bottom 4. Unless if they actually do a crazy run with 20-ish eliminations. That's the only way to go up to the Super Sunday.
Well, TODAK has played a crazy run here to be significant in this round for TODAK. And 953 damage, followed by Onzen's Face Clan 695, Zeus, our MVP, 544 damage, and it's split up with Gosu with 496 damage. So it is pretty much split up across the members of Team Flash for them to get those elimination points.
Yep, I love the fact that 9 just now starting off his damage with also another number 9, so it's like repeating 9 twice in a row. But when it comes to our top 4 fraggers, Gosu will take it away with 6 elimination. I'm not surprised the double Team Flash players, based on their performances just now, definitely deserving these 2 spots, including Kwang. But TODAK 9 is up here as well with 4 elimination, alongside with RQ. Now, RQ has definitely actually dished out quite a number of elimination and work out there. But for RQ, it seems like they're hitting some trouble when it comes to rotation-wise and working as a unit.
Yeah, Team Flash definitely has no problem working as a unit, and that's how they scored this chicken dinner. The first Erangel today. 2 more Erangels to go. And if you just join us, Boom Esports scored the first chicken dinner today in Sanhok. And the next Erangel, well, it's yet to be filled. But so far, we're getting 2 different regions up the board. So hopefully we get a variety of regions here. We got 4 different regions. So now it's down to Thailand and Malaysia to put the flags up.
The Infinity, this is for their time to actually get those numbers up. And probably going to be the next Erangel. Because close enough just now, they got quite a good number of eliminations. All they need to do is just pick a better spot when it comes to their navigation throughout the circle. Now, speaking of which, Cloud, we're down to 2 more Erangel left, 4 more maps to go with very few teams that can get into the Super Sunday, which could be 8 more slots. And the other 8 teams, unfortunately, if they miss this Super Sunday, there's no more Super Sundays after this.
Yeah, it's a do or die situation for a lot of these teams, and some of these teams, even though they've been into maybe like one Super Sunday, but their points aren't that great, so that will mean an automatic elimination if they don't make it into this Super Sunday. And there's a good handful of teams that are in that situation. But of course, we'll review that later on, because we still got 4 more games to go. And of course, the Erangel match will be happening next before we take a break. And normally after we come in for the break, we see teams starting to put in their substitutions in the lineup just to freshen things up.
We might actually see some early substitution here when it comes to before we're heading into the break. Maybe that's going to be the case, but I'm going to have to wait and see if there's any changes here quite early on. Or maybe every major change is going to happen after the break, because that's going to be the usual case, I agree. So far, no swaps yet, so I assume it's going to be most of the team with their same lineup. Yep. I think it's fine. But for the Infinity, they start rising up the occasion since yesterday too, just like how Boom did it, but they did it a little bit, how do I say, smaller momentum compared to what Boom did yesterday.
Yeah, not as bombastic as Boom Esports, but still the Infinity, they are on the way. Okay, I'm trying to find that line. Okay, well, it's something to do with Beyond. All of a sudden I lost that. I forgot. How about we're going to get a swap? Okay. Die Hard is
Horizon
out this time, and RNG is in. Interesting. So Die Hard only played for 2 rounds.
I don't know how. Maybe they feel like the mechanics and the dynamics with Die seems to be a bit different. But we personally do see a bit more better outcome on the side of Sergio when Die actually plays. So I don't know about the swap. It's a bit risky. It's a bit of a challenging one for the side of Sergio, but you know, who knows what the staff is going on and how they actually think for the entire crew. But it's gonna be 10 seconds to go. Who will score the chicken and drop our in the comment section for your prediction too, because we're heading into the second last Erangel.
To infinity and beyond. Yeah, that's the line there.
Was it? I thought it was around the horizon.
Okay, maybe a different reference, but wasn't the one that I was thinking. So let's see if they can bring themselves a beyond here. So here we go. So far they've been doing so well, right? Okay for the infinity. The flight path wise is going to be on the right side this time. So FaZe Clan, one of those teams that needs the points, just to point that out as well. They need to travel quite a bit to go to their regular transport in Jogopo, and they always go there regardless of the flight path.
Now that's going to be the case of early pickoff, because they want to fight for the vehicles early on. We can assume they might try to drop themselves around School of Chinky while they're floating about. It's going to be them bumping into some teams possibly. So we're going to have to wait and see, will that actually be the case for the teams that are going towards all the way left. If the circles happens to be in the left side, it's going to be worthwhile for them to go and fight for their vehicles towards that direction. But while waiting for the circle to pop out, Team Secret, PANDUM as per usual, getting himself around SMB, Zerja Milto Power. We assume it's going to be the usual for Savannah shooting range. It's going to be OT Esports, Stalber, Kamishki around PEA. And the rest of the others will get their usual drop spot. Is it going to be Stalber pick again, please?
And if it goes there, then PA would at least have a good starting advantage. And some of the teams that we did talk about, we want to see them do well, it's going to be PEA. But MORPH start doing as well against 7-9. Okay, Kenny's going to be out of bullets, so Hazel should be safe, but can't say it's same for his teammate.
30 bullets and then the AK Firen. Trying to find something to stab onto. And we saw that knife just now. And back to the side of 7-9, they got themselves the first blood been taken, in which are going to be more players, and it's being scored by 7-9. It's going to be Kenny as a start. And Kenny, he played Metro Royale earlier. So I just hope he knows which mode he's playing here right now. But unfortunately, it's going to be a fire back position on the side of 0. And it's a fair trade between 7-9 and MORPH.
So 1 for 1, just like how we saw in the previous round. Boom Esports, and also, was it MORPH again that was chasing them, or was it Team Flash? Well, Roy. Was it Roy?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Roy.
I feel, yeah, it was Roy.
I had a.
No, it was Team Secret because Team Secret was at the borderline at 8th place. Yeah.
Okay, I had a 5-second doubt of myself, but thanks for clarifying. Similar situation, just different teams. So 1 for 1 each, and so far we don't see any other encounters. So teams are going to their regular draw as well, just like what Infinity is doing right now. But we get a good replay on whatever happened earlier.
Oh, they try to get vehicles. There's always going to be the vehicle fight in the early stages of the map, as per usual. It was going to be always the scout to be the victim in that certain condition and spot. They're being put in the spot in the first place. But when it comes to the circle, with this kind of circle pops just now, I assume you remember the gondola time. I think you're probably going to do it again. And I think there's one more team that actually love to play that. Was it Team Secret as well?
Yeah, I remember it was either it was probably GK who was like on top of the gondola. So if that happens again, yeah, that would be pretty interesting because you can do it once, right? But if other teams like know that, oh, you're up there and you're doing it again, there's a chance of being counted. But for that theory to be tested, of course, that has to happen again. But this is happening again, of course. Gosu coming up here as one of our highlight players. And he has been showing up pretty healthily on our stats. And his preferred weapons is the regular M4 and Scar L.
Yeah, right. I think he's holding a DBS right now. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, nah, it's a DBS. Speaking of which, maybe he will swap the weapon afterwards. And that's going to be across the map, the weapon that he actually used most in this tournament as well. So maybe in certain conditions only the players will have to force themselves to use DBS in the case of trying to get themselves navigating throughout the entirety of the map in the early stage. The early stage is always about CQCs trying to get into the second checkpoint while they're transitioning into the circle. While the stage 6, 7, 8 is always going to be those long or mid-range fight, try to knock people from afar, nobody willing to take a CQC. But on the side of PANDUM, also PANDUM is going to be one of the teams that's in dire need for the points to get into the Super Sunday because they only get into Super Sunday once. And that one time was more than enough for them to show that what they're capable of. They ended up around 58 plus points.
Yeah, so it sounds pretty okay. And for them, well, yeah, even if they like, okay, we can survive with only one Super Sunday, then the next question, of course, is for them to have how many starting points they get in the grand finals. So they will still be motivated to try to get into Super Sunday for sure. 52 points, 4 more games to go. Mathematically, I would say still possible. And they, as of now even, they are not too far away from XERXIA. 20 points with 4 games is still pretty okay.
Yeah, depending on the on the teams that's right above them too. If these teams be taken out early, especially when it comes to last two Miramar map, that always happened all the time, right, Clara? Whenever we talked about these teams cannot afford to die now, and that's where they went down.
Well, if any team were to be eliminated, you know whose fault is it. I'm just saying, right? I'm not gonna jinx them, not gonna jinx them.
Hey, wait, I'm just stating the facts, man. Every single time we said don't do it, they're gonna do it anyways. That's what happened, you know? When you don't listen to your mama, that's gonna happen.
Wow, Mama Choo Choo now. On the line, people.
Yeah, I'm that
call
old.
her Mama now. Who's your mommy, okay? Make sure it's Choo Choo, alright? No one else.
Yeah, I'm your mom now, guys. Sugar mommy, but yeah, sorry. But back towards the top 8 teams. Now we
Mr.
do
Manager.
know.
Hello, reporting back. Hello.
Oh, it's not listening, so it's fine. But yeah, okay, back to serious business. We talked about the points, right? 2 points of difference between 8 and 9 place. Last week, that 2 points gonna be the biggest difference towards the Super Sunday or not. We saw that happen. Roy, of course, unfortunately, that was going to be the case for them. So MORPH do have a shot, unless PANDUM surprises with this round. If they try to contest for the eliminations, if they can finish off this run around, probably with the chicken dinner, that's going to change so much on the top teams just above them.
Yeah, because it's not only about them getting the points, but it's also taking away the points from other teams because there's only a set amount of points every round that teams can get, right? It's like simple math of knowing how many players are on the battlefield. And if that happens, and the best case scenario is of course for like the closest teams around the borderline to be eliminated or points taken away. That will be the best case for teams like Team PANDUM. And not only them, that would probably even benefit like RRQ or maybe even Crit VIP, who these two teams will still need to get into Super Sunday.
Yep. So that's why we have a lot of stalemate here, other than the first few blood that we actually have for the vehicle tussle by the teams like MORPH and 79 and XERXIA before, because everybody knows, especially teams that's not hitting the 80 mark, especially 79 below, they're not willing to give away the positions too early on because they might expose themselves and engage and initiate into a fight that they don't want to be part of. And speaking of the teams that want to be or not want to be for the fight, it's going to be FaZe Clan chasing out O2, but the circle will be pick Stauber. Let's go.
We still have a chance there. We still have a chance. And look who's at the top. It is a PEA. Now that I read PA Kido, right? It's like Peak Ido. And since they're on the peak
It's meant to be.
Yeah, it's meant to be, right? The stars of the line, including his name.
All he needs to do is just do it. That's it. It's all down to himself to make a change for the team. But speaking of making a change, Crit VIP, Blue Zone again. We saw how many teams actually died to the Blue Zone in the last map, so I hope it's not going to be the same case here.
Yeah, I know, right? It was a very interesting circle previously. At least this time the circle is like 100% land. You don't need to go through the choke points, so it gives them a second chance to make up for whatever happened in the previous round. And that's why we don't see as many teams eliminated at this stage now. But we might see the next elimination as Megamind passes by onto Rush. Megamind alone probably did the scouting work, but now he's caught with PA.
Kiddo, a bit adventurous, a bit far from Rush, spotted out the res of Sergio and KT. What a clash! Between three teams, there is a bit of a mess when it comes to the top of Stauber here. Kiddo, unfortunately, he tried to make some shots, but unfortunately, none of them actually seems to be connecting. But NKT, O2, Sergio. This is gonna be a really huge hustle between these teams just to make it out alive with an open space and the slopes. It's going to be easily visualized by the teams.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, everyone pretty much have an idea of where they are at. And then it's a matter of whether they can get them on the crosshair. Ventura has definitely got one. So the God is down. FaZe Clan from the lower ground going up. The God still has Triple F behind him, but Nine Noise is there to shoo away Triple F. So Triple F unfortunately have to leave the God to the hands of FaZe Clan.
Nine Noise giving some warning shots to the side of NKT. This is so confusing for the teams right in the center of this crossfire too. There's somebody shoot here, somebody shoot there. How many teams are there? They start to question how many teams are there? Yeah, exactly. Thompson with how many 4 teams and 6 times scope. That was a nice juicy tap.
Yeah, he's definitely not questioning his shot there to get the knock, but to get the elimination, it's going to be pretty difficult since it's on the high ground. But at least with that one knock, not only wears down the utilities of TODAK, but also potentially open up that space to hike up. And MORPH right now looking for space to hike up as well, and they're deciding on where to stop. But Roy, around the corner, it's not making it easy for MORPH to find that space. But on the elimination feed, Mega Earth knocked down by PEA.
It's still going to be on top of Stauber's peak, where a lot of heated conversation and crossfire happen to be conversing up there. But coming up from ES9, I mean, like Team Flash playing this super smart, by the way. They are the one that, you know, seems to be very peaceful at first, but then just bulldoze people, every single team from behind. So they might actually pull this off again if no team seems to be take up a challenge against Team Flash.
Yeah, I know, right? But the circle might force them to. Okay, as a PA right now, they are by the edge of it. So if any team were to move, it's going to be PA first. But that also means that there will be a lot of teams. Last we saw them, they will be waiting on the lower ground, or at least in the middle of the hill. So that's going to be the challenge for PA. But our boy will be challenging Zero. And on screen, we do have Team Secret and RRQ. Team Secret is looking at this warehouse and thinking to themselves that it's going to be pretty nice if we get it away.
Speaking of Crit VIP, boy, at least, is there any follow-up to it? I think he just secures those eliminations at one point now. since we had this circle before, so everybody tipping on their toes. You know, make sure that you keep an eye out towards those gondolas area, because there might some climbers to be inside of the cable car too. So I don't know if actually any teams taking those around the gondola station right now, but it's fun to get a glimpse on that. And speaking of fun, Nom's having a fun time getting free elimination by tracking down MORPH player. Leaves a MORPH with only one solo survivor.
Yeah, good spot by Onzens there. And to get that elimination point for the team. So there's going to be 2 for FaZe Clan, a team that still needs to make it through and gain those points. As for the other rotating teams now, MORPH down to only Hazel. So he's going to play it super safe. But as he rotates towards the left side, closest to the Saverni area, we see on the minimap there's actually another team in front of him. So Hazel will be taking his time now.
Yep, no rush. At least the circle is quite near, just 50 meters apart from where he stands. Boom, on the other hand, still have a long way to go from the northern side. There will be gatekeepers from above too. I mean, there's definitely not a clear entry in for Boom. They have to figure out how to hike up without being visualized by the teams that's waiting around inside of the circle. And Roy will be the one that be shutting their hopes into getting those safe zone. But at least they got themselves some space to hike up. So there's a couple of mountains in between. Will block the vision on Roy towards his side. Well, PA, I mean, like, they know this place. They're going to play around well, I call this a planetarium, by the way. So
Okay, that's a nice name to call it. Okay, at least we have something to say. Okay, it's called a planetarium. Okay, we'll lock that name in. But I'm sure PA would wish that they would be able to lock down a good spot next. But the circle is unkind to PA. It moves towards the left side, so PA has to pass through all those teams that are close to them.
speaking of close, M9 pretty close to Team Flash. I'm looking for the brawl between these two teams. They're just cutting across towards Yes9 Lake, but we have Boom firing onto Fredo down to 1 HP, but here comes Friendly to follow up.
Here we go, Frenzy from the lower ground. O2, they do have the high ground, but Yummy's going to come in from the other side. Fredo is being surrounded, and it's going to be a quick knock here by Boom Esports onto Fredo. And Boom Esports, they should be able to pick up Pondbit. But look at this, Jumper arrived just in time to knock down Razy and Yummy. Now Frenzy needs to come in. Kid is on the high ground as well. Amaza shows up, closest to Frenzy. And Frenzy taken out by Kid from the top.
Accidental trap setup by OT Esports seems to be working well for them as they take out the entire crew of Boom by surrounding left, right and center after they've taken out the, accident bait. But back towards the other teams are still fighting to get into the circle. Yeah, TODAK will have to face against Zerge. I have to cut across the other side. But we do know none of these teams that we're witnessing on the northern side happen to be nearby the circle. They still have around 250 meters for their journey into the safe zone.
Yeah, I mean, the circle is tough for them, right? But TODAK right now, 5 eliminations, dominating, looking pretty nice, but they still need to fight their way through. There's still a lot of teams in front of them. Yuhai from Semline, eliminated by Iron Pro from Grid VIP, was caught all alone out in the open. And back onto the planetarium, Sersha is still here looking at the stars.
Well, no stars during daytime. Well, the stars they can actually see is going to be the one that knocking them down while they're being knocked down. Of course, they're looking at stars, counting for their life to be ended anytime. But back to the side of TODAK. Can anybody reach out to Iftar? It's super crucial for TODAK to have Iftar to play, especially in this kind of terrain. He's pretty good at taking those off angle. But for Zerja, they're taking a bit of a tanking out Blues and just to get into the circle, but it will be O2 Esport gatekeeping them, including Raw on the left side. Now, left, right, center, Zerja being bombarded with a lot of bullets. How to get out from this very iffy angle?
Well, the question is also thrown to TODAK right now with FaZe Clan throwing nades onto the moment, gets a knockdown onto Iftar. More nades to come. TODAK could be eliminated by FaZe Clan through nades only, but Ventoris is going to come in from the top as well just to make sure that he has a good angle to TODAK and eliminate them. But speaking about eliminations, RRQ did not secure any points at all.
RRQ. 2 times in a row now. not doing great at all when it comes to the final week. But for FaZe Clan, can they be sharing the same consequences here? But at least they scored themselves 6 eliminations now with 2 knocked down from afar. With Playzone hitting them soon, they need to get into it. But lucky enough, it's quite a distance from that shots coming from. And they can revive and have those rocks to cover themselves. But the zone hitting them, and it's going to be stage number 4, so they have to reset ASAP. While FaZe Clan Team Secret have a bit of a loss for their members. The circle just downshift all the way. It's going to be as Naya Lake all this time.
Yeah, and it's favoring Team PANDUM with the compound. That will become their fortress. Good stuff for Team PANDUM. Let's see how they make the best out of it. But PA wasn't able to make the best out of this circle as they go out with only 1 point this round. And 3 more rounds to go for PA. It's looking pretty bleak for them. But for FaZe Clan, looking pretty nice as they eliminate SOAS.
When it comes to Team Flash, they've been quiet coming up from south. Now finally get into the eastern side of the circle here. Caught himself a bit of a crossfire with Team Secret. Kwang with a ghillie suit as well might not be spotted up by Kwang. With Team Secret, the last player playing a bit of a risky move. Open fires, he will give away, exploit his position, and even FaZe Clan want to take him down. Like, Trong, you're digging your own grave the moment you open fire, buddy.
Oh, there you go. Trong taken out by Batman. Team Secret out. So that's going to be an open opportunity now for MORPH. That was 1 player, but especially for Team PANDUM, since they got the middle circle with the compound, they're looking at the elimination feed roll and telling themselves that, hey, Team Secret is out, this is our chance.
Yep, but unfortunately for MORPH especially, MORPH going to be difficult to push himself solo-handedly. But PANDUM is doable, of course. We talked about PANDUM before. They have only 1 eliminations for now, not taking any part of this crossfire at all. And Roy going against O2 Esports. Well, Infinity taking on Roy, and Roy against Infinity. And O2 Esports happened to be behind. It's going to be car firing on Infinity, and back to O2 Esports, down to Roy. Roy fight back to O2 Esports, and the end of the day, it's going to be Roy at a complete loss. While FaZe Clan try to hike up, we do have Infinity and Creep VIP joining in the fray too.
Oh, as well as MORPH eliminated next at number 8, 2 elimination points. FaZe Clan, they're unstoppable this round. Now the next challenger of O2 is going to be the Infinity Tiger X, taking a lot of damage. He doesn't have any healing utilities on him and no vehicle as well. So he's pretty much out in the open. O2 knows exactly where he is, and Fredo will knock him down.
Infinity, O2 Esports, the one that winning coming in very late. It's going to be Creep VIP and O2 Esports not using any weapons. It's going to be the best case scenario with 12 eliminations already. What is going on? FaZe Clan at 10, but for O2 Esports, they still have a full squad. And Team Flash the Moon, they left the southern side, which was empty before. Unfortunately, they were meeting up there at 10, but we're not done with O2 yet. Look at how crazy they can go.
I know, right? They might not stop at 12. They are looking to gain more elimination points to give them a chance to be in the top 8. Right now, 13 elimination points, and out of them, 7 by Git. It's going to be half of team's elimination. Okay, they're looking for more right now. Crit VIP is going to be the next target.
O2 Esports, this is going to change so much when it comes to the middle pack, of course. They've already secured themselves around 50-ish points. All they need to do is just secure with a chicken dinner to make it into the 60s. Now, that's going to be a change for the middle pack to be safe in the top 8. Because right now, the contention is going to get even hotter if O2 Esports manage to secure this chicken dinner.
Yeah, this is going to be real interesting, right? The fight towards the top 8 with the remaining few games. But let's see if O2 can actually wrap up this round with a chicken dinner. It will be a perfect round for them. But the last we saw Team PANDUM, okay, they still have that compound. So as long as they still have that, it's going to be cool. But we still have, like, what? A good amount of stages left. So they will need to pray hard that the circle will still favor them.
Yep. And it's going to be all land this time as well. So the shoreline, which we do have around the lake, around the riverbank or the lake bank, so we call it. Crave VIP seems to be trying to hug around that corners, but FaZe Clan will try to challenge them out. Once they start to move against Crave VIP, I assume we're going to have O2 Esports take advantage, and PANDUM seems to be slightly in the center there. Will go slowly advancing towards around the shoreline area too. But since Great VIP repositioned himself to open up the angles, there's going to be slight difficulty for O2 Esports to see them since they are in a straight line here.
Yeah, so O2 Esports, that's why we can see them repositioning themselves and on their vehicles, looking for their next target, trying to get an idea of where Crit VIP is at. Okay, Crit VIP quite scattered around, so even if they see one player of Crit VIP, they might not see the others. So they're taking this cautious approach just to try to fish out the other members of Crit VIP before deciding on where to go.
Yep, have to be super careful now when it comes to dictating what they're going to do next. One mistake, one wrong move will cause the entire team to go down, and they're so close of getting this chicken dinner as well. So for PANDUM, they spotted out Mormon coming in. There's a nice spray, but Achul will be greeted by another. What a swing and what a swap of weapon, Achul. That was super fast reaction coming out from this guy.
Man, you were saving it for this moment. And that was a great reflexive move there by Ajo. But okay, we're going to come back onto Crit VIP at O2. It looks like Crit VIP defended their ground fairly well by opening up this space. But one member of Crit VIP is knocked down as well. It's going to be Newbies on the other end. These two teams still locked in with each other. Newbies will not be able to be saved. And Amaza will want to make sure the point goes to O2. And he will do so with O2 14 eliminations now.
What is going on with the sudden rise of the teams with getting themselves more than 15 or 15 eliminations here? Things getting wild when it comes to before we hitting the break. But PANDUM still have a full squad. Number-wise, they do have the slight advantage here. Even when it comes to the control of the circle, they have the majority of the right side of the circle. While O2, they cluttered up together. That caused them heavily since Crit VIP managed to capacitated one of their members, leaving with only 2 players here, and they need to open up their angles if they were to fight PANDUM. But PANDUM, they might be busy against Crit VIP next after Crit VIP opened fire against O2.
Yeah, Amazal, nice shot there from afar, and he'll be saved by his teammate as well. Helton now making his move. He's moving away, but the smoke is blocking the view of O2 onto Helton. Let's see how far he'll be able to make himself. He's on the outside of the circle still. Okay, but we can see there on the screen, on the minimap, some movement on the northern side, and that is Team PANDUM doing scouting work on what's happening on the left.
O2, they're not being favored by the circle at all. PANDUM do have the control over almost the entirety of the circle. All they need to do is just make sure there's no breach in and not attracting too much attention there, that O2 and the Crit VIP both engaging towards their side at the same time. So PANDUM, they have to be super careful. They got the compound. All they need to do is just wait things out.
Yeah, let them fight, as they say in a particular movie with a monster. Amazal takes out Helton. Our boy takes down Jumpers, or a trade between the two teams. But our boy, the final member, spotted out, and O2 won the fight. Now it's between Team PANDUM and O2 for the chicken dinner. Team PANDUM making their move.
It's going to be big if O2 can secure this chicken dinner. Definitely going to push themselves way up here to be one of the top teams that can make it to the Super Sunday. But PANDUM needs it as well. When it comes to number-wise, never mind now. PANDUM's got the chicken with a flawless run. That nade speak for itself. It's a chicken dinner nade. With O2 getting those crazy amount of eliminations. Now, where do they ended up standing in the overall rankings for O2 and PANDUM?
Ooh, this is going to be interesting because one team got a lot of eliminations and another team scored the chicken dinner. So that also means that teams at the borderline, they'll be shaking looking at the numbers right now with 3 more games to go. Great work here by Team PANDUM. Not only patience play, but they know when to come out and wrap things up quick, just like how Team Flash did in the previous Erangel. But looking over the numbers, their eliminations, they got 7 eliminations this time.
Yep, when it comes to elimination plus the chicken dinner, that scores a 17 as a total. But on the side of damage wise, everybody they shot almost very the same. But when it comes to Dibsy, always going to give it slightly extra than the rest, with the least amount of damage received to have 52. I mean, how did he actually get those damage out without being spotted by any other teams out there?
Well, I know, right? I guess the compound truly helped him. And he stayed pretty quiet, but he's still able to get 2 eliminations. So he's still active in a certain way, but the compound truly worked out for Team PANDUM. and circle that went down from the Stauber or on the planetarium, that again also helped Team PANDUM to be successful in this round. So Dimsy is our MVP this time. Great work by him and Team PANDUM as a team overall.
Team PANDUM, will they still be at number 1 or not? We're going to have to wait and see for the match rankings later. But for O2, that was some crazy run, by the way. We love those aggression coming out of nowhere. But PANDUM, FaZe Clan and Crave VIP. I mean, Crave VIP did survive long enough as well. And FaZe Clan, well, they do have better performance than yesterday overall.
Yeah, I know, right? This is like, are we seeing the boom again here? Okay. But we gotta give it to FaZe Clan and Quick VIP for coming up as one of the top challenges in this round. As we relive the best moments where Team PANDUM scored chicken dinner and O2 with the loss of the lead.
You gotta love the sound of the sprays like music to my ears, especially when it comes to the teams start to rise up with double digits in this map. My god, I mean, like FaZe Clan got 11 eliminations as well. And O2, despite no chicken, it's still gonna be a no problem for them at 22 points. But will it be a problem or not if we look at the overalls later with PANDUM, despite that chicken dinner, 17 points up here with another double digit Crit VIP at 4th place.
Yeah, and this is going to be real interesting, right? Because these teams at the end starting to gain points this round. But of course, the journey is not over yet. We still got 3 more rounds. The Infinity is not up here though. So I wonder how many points did they collect this round overall. Because they still could use a few more points to ensure their security into the Super Sunday. As we flip over to page number 2. And the answer is the Infinity only 1 point. Boom, they're fine. Roy though, 0 points could be scary.
Yep, it seems like twice in a row now, Roy didn't score as much as they hoped for or we hoped for, because they well deserving this Super Sunday because of how they performed last week. But due to their slow progress of points, not that they're getting a lot of zeros, but they got, well, now it's a 0, and before they had only 1 or 2 points. They were one of the top contenders to be in the top 8, but now they get pushed down all the way probably to 10th place and 7th place, still up there. Seems nice and seems safe. And this is going to be the top 8 teams that's still going to have to fight for their points. It's going to be 90 points for the golden number. 73 points is going to be the gap in between the 9th and 8th place.
Okay, yeah. 73. That's the number we need to remember as of now, right? Roy's still holding on to page 1, so at least there's some sort of a good news for them for now. The Infinity, 79 points, edging a bit closer to the golden number. FaZe Clan, they're 89 right now, and TODAK is 88. But Team Secret, oh man, 73.
It's a tie, and the only difference is going to be whether the chicken, the placement points, and then the eliminations. I mean, right now it seems like I hope we don't end it up as a tie till the very end of the day here.
Yeah, and then we might see the tiebreaker. Oh man, it will be heartbreaking. We have seen tiebreakers before that just breaks hearts, right? So if we see that again, and that is like involving a team that must be in last chance or in Super Sunday, then yeah, we all know.
It's going to be the biggest regret. Like, why did we just not finish one more elimination? Or why did we just survive a bit longer? The why will kill them from the inside. And we're talking about the final weekend. There's no more Super Sunday. And I agree, it's down to this Super Sunday to know whether you get into the grand finals or not.
Yeah, so it is. Wow, a lot of these names are still pretty tight up there, right? Even O2, yes, they did great, but they still need to do a lot of work as well. Also to point that out, because they started off pretty behind. But hopefully this gives them that push, just like how Full Esports had that push yesterday. And yeah, and maybe we see a surprise. I wouldn't mind seeing that though, any of the surprise team from page 2 suddenly coming up as the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, O2 definitely doing it. And right now they are close up for contention with 3 more maps to go. If they keep the momentum going and not being eliminated early, there's a chance they still can squeeze towards the top 8 for the last Super Sunday here, which means bad news for the teams in the middle pack. They might get pushed down as well.
Yeah, so there will be a big tussle here for the top 8, and it's super duper close right now, right? But it makes it interesting though. As we will head on to our break, we'll discuss how even more interesting things will be when we come back after this. So do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you guys after this break.
back after the break and back again with me, Windy, as your host. And now, joining on stage, we have one of the players from Team Secret. Please welcome Soas. Hi, Soas. All right. So, Soas, we all know that you've shown a strong track record of making it through the last chance to Super Sunday in the past. And I want to know, how confident are you about repeating that success today, especially given how close you are to the qualification line?
Xin chào Soas. Thì trước đây các bạn đã thể hiện thành tích rất là tốt khi mà vượt qua vòng loại và được Super Sunday. Tuy nhiên hôm nay thì các bạn cũng khá là gần với cái ranh giới loại. Thì không biết là nói về mức độ tự tin mà các bạn có thể lặp lại được thành công vào Super Sunday thì mức độ tự tin của bạn là bao nhiêu?
Theo mình thì mình đánh giá mức độ tự tin của team ở hiện tại để mà lọt vào Super Sunday khoảng 90%.
In my opinion, when I talk about like our team's confidence of the chance of us getting to the Super Sunday is about 90%.
90%? Oh wow, but if I can compare your performance from this season and last season, you really showed like a great improvement. So I wanna know, like, what exactly the reason why you guys so good in this season?
So với các mùa giải trước thì mùa giải này các bạn thể hiện rất là tốt, và không biết là bạn có thể chia sẻ lý do làm thế nào mà các bạn có thể thi đấu tốt như vậy trong mùa giải lần này không?
Đến với mùa giải lần này thì bọn mình đã chuẩn bị tâm lý cực kỳ là thoải mái để mà tham dự thi đấu. Với cả một phần là bọn mình cũng đã nghiên cứu một số chiến thuật mới nên là bọn mình đạt được kết quả như thế này.
Coming to this season, we have prepared ourselves to be relaxed when we join the matches, and also we have studied several new strategies so that we can make sure we have good performance in this season.
And what about the lobby? Is it the lobby is easier for you in this season? Is the lobby is so much easier for them in this season?
Vậy trong mùa này thì các đội khác mà mình phải đấu cùng thì có làm cho mình cảm thấy là dễ dàng hơn hay không?
Thì em cảm thấy cũng không dễ dàng lắm, nhưng mà nếu mà bọn em làm tốt hết mức thì có thể vượt qua bọn họ được.
Talking about the lobby, I don't think it's so much easier for us, but if we'll try our best, we can still overcome them.
Oh, alright. Then I hope you guys can overcome them in these matches. And let's talk about like your strategies and adjustment. Are you considering to ensure that to secure a spot in Super Sunday today, given how competitive the field is?
Hôm nay trận đấu thì rất là cạnh tranh. Vậy thì không biết là các bạn đã có những cái thay đổi gì hoặc là cân nhắc sử dụng những chiến lược gì để đảm bảo là mình sẽ có một suất vào Super Sunday?
Thứ nhất thì bọn em chuẩn bị tinh thần tâm lý thoải mái. Thứ hai là bọn em sẽ bắn cẩn trọng nhất có thể để mà giành cái tấm vé tới Super Sunday. Bởi vì khi mà lọt vào vòng này thì ai cũng có một cái tâm lý nhẹ để mà giành tấm vé.
So for us, first of all, we have tried to make ourselves be relaxed, but at the same time, we also try to compete with our best because when we get here, everyone all have the goal to get a ticket to Super Sunday, and we try to be careful at the same time.
Oh, alright. And I want to know, is there any team that giving you a hard time in this season, Soas?
Vậy thì trong mùa giải lần này có đội nào làm các bạn cảm thấy khó khăn khi thi đấu hay không?
Theo em nghĩ thì ngoại trừ Boom và AE và PUBG thì đối thủ mới nổi gần đây theo bọn em đánh giá là mạnh lên dần đó là NKT.
So besides Boom, Alter Ego, and Vampire, a rising team that make us impress and compete really well recently is NKT.
NKT from Thailand. Wow. And last, speaking your history of clutch performances, during last chance, how do you manage the pressure and what is the mindset within the teams as you head into these critical matches?
Thì khi mà thi đấu trong vòng last chance thì đây là những cái trận đấu rất là quan trọng. Thì không biết là đội của bạn đã có chuẩn bị tinh thần như thế nào và đối diện với những cái áp lực trong các trận đấu này như thế nào?
Theo em cảm thấy thì áp lực thì gần như là không có, tại vì bọn em đã thi đấu last gen 2 tuần trước rồi. Còn về vấn đề tâm lý thì vẫn là tâm lý thoải mái thôi. Đến với vòng này thì thoải mái nhất có thể thôi.
So, in my opinion, we almost don't have any pressure because we have competed in last chances in the past 2 weeks already. And about our mentality, again, we try to be relaxed.
Oh, try to be relaxed. And your point of Super Sunday is really good. You're on the top classman. And last thing, any words to the team that giving you a hard time like Alter Ego, Vampire, and KT? Anything you want to say to them?
Và cuối cùng thì em có lời gì muốn gửi đến những cái đội mà mình cảm thấy là tạo áp lực cho mình không? Ví dụ như là Vampire, Boom, and KT.
I just want to say good luck.
All right, good luck. So good luck for you too. So thank you so much for us. And now everyone, it's time to see the highlight.
My takeaway for that interview is the only one music plays in my mind. Relax, take it easy. So yeah, relax, guys.
Wow, I feel so relaxed after listening. So we should be all relaxed, and relaxed. Zen moment. With
Zen time. There you go. But I agree, when it comes to relax and get their best performance, I don't know why we tone down everything now, it's so relaxing as well. But I see they're not relaxed at all when it comes to their performance.
We have to turn it up the pace at some point. Because if
Yeah,
you go
but-
too relaxed, you become like that.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
right now it's still relaxed time. We're not getting into the game yet, so it's fine, it's fine.
Until we get there. But you know that team that's not relaxed? It is 0-2. Now I do wonder if they will be able to get through because the numbers are starting to shape up really interestingly.
Yep, as Malaysians say, tarile. That's how the Malaysians say it.
Okay, that's the total opposite.
I agree, but also don't forget about the teams that are still on the rise. One of them will be Team Secret, but compared to Xerxia, this is an interesting comparison between Xerxia. We don't see a lot of Xerxias getting the chicken dinner, but they definitely will be one of the middle pack team. They always got themselves quite a survivability because of their average placement points.
Yeah, and just look at this, right? Both of them have their own strengths here. And so happen both of them wants to get into the Super Sunday. So they need to convert all those elimination points, placement points, especially the top two there, to be in actual points later on. So we've been looking forward to see what's going to happen here as we return onto our Erangel match. And so far, we started the day with Boom Esports. The moment they got that chicken dinner, that's already their ticket into Super Sunday. Team Flash came up with the chicken dinner very quick once. It was for Team Pad, a very quick elimination towards the end onto 0-2 to score that for themselves as well.
I do want to know the comment section. Do you guys prefer this kind of vibe going on, or do you prefer the usual? I mean, I wouldn't mind going all the way like this, though. It's quite relaxing.
Having the Zen moment is like in my mind is like until everything's just start and people just shoot at each other, that it's no longer Zen moment. Okay, it's Zen moment if it's a stalemate. I look at you, you look at me, and it's like, oh, circle, oh, bang, 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 and no Zen anymore.
Yeah, speaking of Zen, the only one that actually do have the Zen time is going to be the teams at the very top. Which going to be Boom, Team Flash, of course, they're going to have a great time. Yeah, they don't have any pressure at all. You asked about Team Secret regarding the performance. They are at the borderline, we know that for sure. And with O2 Esports coming up into the middle pack, now things will change dramatically. I love this week. It feels like a Cinderella story week all again. We have the comebacks of every comebacks possible when it comes to the final week.
Yeah, a lot of up and rising with 3 more games to go, right? So it's going to be pretty tight at the borderline. It's going to be really exciting. At least that leaves us with a lot of anticipation until the final game. We don't want the final game to be like, all the teams locked in, final game doesn't matter and all that. Nah, we want like what, 20 teams can still get the top 8. That'll be fun.
Well, they're happy for now for FaZe Clan. We get to see them smiling before we start the game, but we're gonna wait and see will they smile by the end of next Erangel map, which could be the last Erangel map of last chance. I mean, Mormon. He's definitely not a Zen person.
Okay, PA, not so zen as well. Okay, they're still excited. 3 more games to go, but for PA to even have a shot, they have to come up with like what, about like 3 chicken dinners in a row with good amount of eliminations. So that is their only chance. If it's down to only 2 games, then it's probably not going to be enough anymore.
Yep. Down to 3 maps to go with 1 map of Erangel, and then we're gonna have a different battle entirely. Miramar will be such a miraculous map. I do love to call it that because that's where the change happened in the very last minute. The map that can change the teams will actually get into the Super Sunday will be dropped down in the last minute too.
Yeah, I know, right? So dropping down last minute is always going to be scary. You always want to keep up with the pace, just like what O2 did in the earlier round. We're going to have a restart here. And we actually don't have any substitutions after the break. So that's pretty new. Interesting. Let's see how interesting it'll go in the game.
I mean, I agree. It piqued my interest, knowing the fact no swap. Usually, this is where all big names gonna swap in and out whenever they feel like it's not gonna be enough. So I assume when it comes to the swaps, that's why we had it so much yesterday, because they were starting off with the lineups or the starters of the roster. It's gonna be the same for most of the teams here for the entirety of the day. There's no swaps coming in and out because everybody should be warmed up since the start. The question is, can the players stay with their stamina all the way up? Will the exhaustion start to kick in?
Yeah, and if it kicks in, well, it's either they sub or they just have to deal with it because there's like 3 more games to go. Flight path wise, well, they need to deal with the flight path. It's not too far from the flight path before this, so we're going to take at the right side. Flight path, we did see some early eliminations in the previous round with a similar flight path. Expect some of the same drops as well, even for FaZe Clan, but the FaZe Clan is pretty okay right now. They go back onto Jogo Pool irregardless of the flight path anyway. So whatever happens to FaZe Clan, it's okay. But probably the same situation for Boom. I noticed that they just lost 1 player.
Yep. Coming up from Boom, I think it was probably Infinity. They get those vehicles, or maybe it was somebody else entirely. But we have a very left side circle with some water ratio in it, but we assume it's gonna be maybe Kaka field by the end of the day. Usually it's gonna be that case, right? It's always gonna be Kaka. But Infinity did score that 1 elimination out of Boom players, but it's Boom, it's fine.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's Boom, it's okay. But the Infinity will be the one to say thank you for the point. 80 points right now for the Infinity. They are looking good still, on track to be in the Super Sunday. And they wouldn't mind that 1 extra point. Let's see how many more they can get this time. If they can hit a, 3 more rounds to go, including this one, to hit the golden number of 80. So that's like 10 more points to go, average of like 3 or 4 points per round. We're going to get a replay, and it's actually Tiger X that bumped into Racy.
Yep, that's gonna be. I think that's the IGL. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Tiger X is the IGL coming out for the Infinity, or maybe somebody else. I'm sorry if I got that wrong, but this is where things get really heated up. The difference is gonna be here for XERXIA and Team Secret by end of this map. Like, I'm gonna say it, but I hope I don't jinx them. Roy, XERXIA and Team Secret, they cannot afford to lose early, because these 3 teams, the moment they went down, the teams at the very bottom, PANDUM, MORPH and O2, definitely will take advantage, including down to even Create VIP.
Yeah, and O2 just got 1 out of the Infinity. So Infinity lost 1 player. Still okay for them. I would be still giving Infinity like, okay, they're still fine. 3 players, they're still able to come up with something. But of course for O2, they need to put in the work, so they'll be happy with that. 1 elimination point as an opener for them. And we're going to bring out the opener stats here for Dimsy, who was our MVP previous round.
Yeah, but DMZ, I say he's one of the high-value players on top of PANDUM lineup so far. So every single team, we can see that there's going to be one pillar that centralizing almost every single engagement and fights. And DMZ will be coming up from the side of PANDUM. And we can see that he's definitely building up momentum. Another player that I feel like pretty much can on the same part of DMZ right now is going to be Achul or Billboard. Maybe more towards Achul.
Yeah, Achul, he did very well earlier on too. Okay, we're gonna get another replay. Fredo, okay. 3touch did not know what hit him. We were just passing by, and I believe he was like grabbing his vehicle, and Fredo just surprised him, just like that.
He's like, huh? Done? That's it? They just entered in and it's gone. The moment they blink and they thought there's nobody there, there's gonna be some surprises coming in and take away their lives. But we talked about Xavier's, I think it was Xavier's last time take the gliders going all the way south. So in this case, it's going to be PANDUM this time. And hopefully the gas will be enough. And it's going to be a good pilot coming up from DMZ and Jubranki. I love this flying coming up from the gliders of PANDUM. I think they got themselves 2 sets of gliders possibly.
Yeah, from mid to the base. 2 sets. Oh, perhaps because they're like trailing behind. Okay. Now this is one of those relax moment. Enjoy the view from the top. Enjoy the breeze.
Makes me wonder, did any of the players try to just keep on flying, go get themselves those gas cans and just keep on flying from above for the longest time though?
Well, that's an untested theory there. So far, we haven't seen anyone like fly like around the map, right? It's like,
yeah,
oh, we just go around, like, oh, you guys shooting down there, oh, we just fly, we glide, we see, and we don't do anything. But if there's that one thing that happened, I like to test out that theory.
Yeah, it's also give away so much information for the teams as well, knowing where the other teams are rotating into, but they might get shot down instead. Speaking of shooting down, RRQ and Roy. Well, I did mention Roy cannot afford to lose this, but same goes for the side of RRQ, because right now RRQ seems to be a bit dim getting into the Super Sunday with heavy loss and casualties on the side of RRQ, losing 2 members here. But if Roy wins over this one, this will solidify their placement on the top 8.
Yeah, and they will eliminate RRQ. 4 points for them, and that's going to be 78 points for Roy, keeping themselves away from the competition, which is XERXIA. So, speaking of XERXIA, they have this whole face for themselves. 7-9 on the other hand. Okay, they caught Team PANDUM the moment they arrived.
7-9, they are at still the borderline. Yeah, we do talked before regarding the points by the end of the day. 90 is going to be the safest bet, and they're getting close to that for 7-9, just 10 points away. Same goes for Infinity, but Infinity lost 1 member early on. The side of, well, honestly, RQ can they, okay, we're gonna put all the teams on the top 8 for the side talk later. But when it comes to RQ right now, is it still possible for them to get into the last Super Sunday?
So 52, say 90 is still the golden number, so they are 38. 2 more games to go. 38 you divide by 2, so that's 16 points per round. Yeah, that's the math there. 16 points per round basically is like chicken dinner with okay eliminations. So that's expecting RRQ to come up with 2 chicken dinners.
Back to back.
Yeah, so mathematically it's still doable, but of course if you look at RRQ's current performance, well, I mean, Boom Esports did the boom yesterday, so who are we to say, right? As long as it's still, there's still a runway, then RRQ can still mathematically do it.
Because I'm looking at the overall rankings of the league points here, RRQ definitely going to be one of the top 8 here right now at 68 points in week 1 and week 2. Since they're going to have some hard entry towards week number 3, they might actually miss it as well. I'm looking at the possibility of the teams that did not make 2 Super Sunday to take over that placement by the end of the day. But they got themselves quite a decent amount of points when it comes to overall league points. So we're going to have to wait and see by end of probably tomorrow. But back on O2, they are not stopping their momentum yet. Still hunting for more.
Yeah, looking for their next elimination, but they didn't get it. The second try, this time by Kid. And Guang got away, so he's okay for now. Okay, they'll be riding past the horizon. O2. 0 to 61. So that is 29. Also not too bad. Still on track. Okay, but let's see if the circle will be on track for them. But oh wow, hardship towards the left side. We got this kind of circle before.
Yep, and we might ended up having a lot of swimmers down on the left side too. So TODAK, they might actually get a bonus of an airdrop. Maybe 7-9 is also interested in taking that airdrop as well. But it's quite clustered up when it comes to Infinity. XERXIA right on top of South Jogable and around the outskirts of Hospital. There's going to be... We had a hospital before, so it might be another hospital circle here. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a potential there. And so far, nobody's inside a hospital per se. Boom Esports, they right past by. I guess they want to take the left side compounds, and that's where some of the rare compounds are at. And if the circle happen to go there, whoever is at those compounds will have a good advantage. So maybe that's what's going through the minds of Boom Esports. TODAK, they're not interested in that area. They are playing just above for Kuwari here, and they have Infinity. So two teams that need someone needs points. I mean, TODAK, they're super close right now, 88 points.
All you need to do is just secure a couple of eliminations. That's going to be a done deal. But XERXIA going straight into Boom's lair. But it's Boom. But XERXIA, that is where we should be watching out for. Because XERXIA, they are at the borderline. They're still in tie with Team Secret. They need to win this fight. But it's Boom we're talking about. But hey, Boom, it seems to be very generous here today.
Yeah, they've been giving points to teams that matter. So XERXIA says thank you so much. And they didn't lose anyone in the process. So perfect run for them. Only Roy close by, and Roy's monitoring, but yeah, they're not going in as a third party, and Boom became Santa Claus for once.
Yep, for the entire day here. Except for the first map, of course. Then, after we head into Erangel, they just... Yeah, and it's a perfect sacrifice coming up from Boom to all the teams that's needed the points is a start. But Great VIP spot out. TODAK is going to be Great VIP at 58 points against TODAK. That close enough to get the 90 points on the golden number.
Yeah, so let's see here. So far, we got obviously 3 more games to go. TODAK, yeah, fine. I wouldn't be too worried about TODAK. Average like what? Not even an average right now, because they, with that early elimination that they got, they're like 89 points now. So they just need to like, okay, we just avoid fights, just depend on placing points, and they're pretty cool. That's good enough for TODAK.
But if they get any opportunity, I mean, like another elimination points won't hurt them as well. As long as it's going to be a third-party plays coming out from TODAK, then it's pretty safe down there. But the teams that's eyeing out for the last Super Sunday, PANDUM, unfortunately, I feel like they have huge potential to go into the grand finals as long as they can hit another Super Sunday with their one-day performance, already more than enough to push. Now, yes, it feels like a very similar circle as yesterday.
Yeah, the one that Xavier has scored the chicken dinner. Slightly down south, but that's fine. Xavier's not playing anyway. And a lot of the houses you can see there, right? TODAK, Infinity, they got the key houses on the left side. Because if the circle does go there, it's a very strong position to be in. Team Secret. Okay, this team needs points, especially after XERXIA scored 2 eliminations early. So they cannot afford to lose out this round to XERXIA at least.
Yeah. And the most important point is another concern. But first and foremost, their main objective for Team Secret is not to be eliminated early. That's it. They have to make sure there's going to be like, what, 9 teams remaining, or make it like 5 or 6. Then also they start to open fire, because they are at the borderline between XERXIA and Team Secret. Seems to be at the lower advantage with no points for the time being. But some non-crave VIP, even NKT, we talked about. I love the fact just now the interview did mention about NKT, but sadly when it comes to this week's performance, we don't see too much of them.
Oh yeah, good point there. Good point. We've always been like having NKT moments before this, but today it's like, I'm glad that when they show the overalls, like they have a comparison of like, okay, how many points you got in group and how many points you got today. So it's a good comparison for us to look out later on. But we'll be looking out for 7-9 and TODAK now. The 2 players of TODAK down and out in the open. And 7-9 definitely wants to finish up the job. And so don't expect them to be safe.
Sem9, they have more points to catch up on to if they want to get into the 90s. It's going to be the safest spot to get into the 90s. And Sem9 and TODAK, while they are in the top 5, we wouldn't worry too much for them because they still got 2 more Miramar Match to go, right? And points-wise, it's definitely possible for them as long as they survive a bit much longer. But this is going to be the Cinderella story if PA can make a comeback with their points way further than the rest. They're definitely at 24th spot when it comes to the overall rankings. But hey, surprises. Boom did it yesterday. Why not today?
Wow. Okay, we're getting the positive choo-choo right now. That must be thanks to the relaxed moment from SOAS. Inspiring enough. Yeah. But in order for them to do that, realistically, it's like, okay, 3 chicken dinners with a decent amount of elimination points with it. Yeah, so that is going to be the best chance for revival for PA. And if they can do that sort of revival, I would say their revival is even bigger than Boom's revival.
The biggest one, of course. I mean, I'm a bit disappointed. Not a bit, a lot disappointment coming up from BA. I mean, like, I wouldn't mind if they are at the bottom, but if their performance are getting better. But right now, their performance just going downhill since last season. They were the most progressed team compared to this season. They are, well, default back to season the start of the year. I don't know what happened. They just couldn't get the momentum right. But the circle, well, shift all the way to SD open field of Gakka. So we're going to have an open ending here. And whoever gets some of the compounds will actually win this one.
Oh, that escalated quickly. So if you guys enjoyed the 5 seconds of a relaxed choo-choo, better keep that, okay? You don't know when they will come back again. All right. Unless PA comes up with a chicken dinner. All right. For a full team, okay. We'll put that as it is for now. But for Crit VIP, another team that needs the points. One player knocked, but no follow-up yet. So maybe it's a long-range one. But long range or not, Team Seeker is going to make it a close range.
Yep, they want to take some risk, they have to, and right now not gonna be the best time. Still 14 teams intact, but worth investing. If they win it, they're gonna go big or go home now. It's do something or do nothing for Team Secret, and they're doing something to make a comeback with their points. While Great VIP also in the dire need of points, but unfortunately when it comes to HP, they are running pretty low and pretty quickly. When we do have going to be a third party coming in, which Sem9 seems to be very interested in this.
But Sem9, the moment they had interest, they lost one player. Okay, maybe another one as they're still rotating around. It's going to be Kenny. He's pretty low right now. And SOAS will land a bullet onto Kenny, eliminating him immediately. And Team Secret collects 2 points out of Sem9.
Well, Team Secret, well, they did not ask for this unnecessary fight against Sem9, but they were chasing for Crit VIP, but make it as a bonus. As long as they manage to pick up their fallen members, of course, they cannot afford to lose anybody here. But hello, another team coming into this fray, adding into more damage for the outcome. It's going to be NKT coming up. I think that's NKT from behind.
Yeah, NKT monitoring the situation. But Team Secret, at least they should be back up as a 4. I expect that one more player to be saved, and that's going to be SOAS. Yep, he should be on the clear. But not so clear. Okay, he has enough cover, so he should be fine. And then they might continue on the fight with Crit VIP. But we do have Team Clash as well in the fight with PA as a rush taken out by Zeus, our Mr. MVP.
Crit VIP, Trung, and the rest of Team Secret has been going for this fight quite some time now. Trust going on for the side of Team Secret, putting it entirely in the hands of the players in the front to actually do and make a comeback. But Great VIP, they need to win this as well.
Maybe they can come up with something against Team Secret. And Team Secret now looking for another opening. But NKT, they're finding somewhere else. Team Secret, they still have a full team, but they're playing this cautiously against Crit VIP, allowing Crit VIP to reset back as a trio. Okay, and Team Secret right now from the lower ground. Looks like they're trying to find the next opening. But okay, we'll leave that fight for now as we look forward to the Infinity versus XERXIA. And the Infinity right now, they will definitely need those points in the pocket. XERXIA as well. This fight will be big. The circle then move towards the center where Sem9 and MORPH is at. But we're going to continue to put focus here as TODAK wants a piece of this fight. From afar, tries to land the shot. but not able to find a good line of sight just yet thanks to the rain. But they have about 30 more seconds before the zone starts to close. A boy from Grid VIP gets knocked down by GK. Newbies gets one as well. SOAS from afar providing cover fire support. Break when it save GK. GK should have that space, but they have to take out Helton on the other building. Our boy is now pleading up for help. Helton still staying put. Our boy crawling towards him. The door will be open, but Break will finish on our boy through that nade. He wanted to land that nade on the Helton, but he landed on our boy instead. Now Helton comes in with SLK to the left side, not able to land his shot. Helton second try around, but Helton being shot at from afar. SOAS, the support player. Brilliant long range to eliminate Grid VIP. And Team Secret, 5 elimination points right now. They take back that top 8 spot. And this compound as well, but this compound is no longer valuable. They need to continue to move in. XERXIA with 5 elimination points now. They stay abreast above Team Secret, but both of them push down Roy as of now. SOAS up against RNJ. Team Secret wouldn't mind eliminating XERXIA. Same goes for XERXIA, but a beautiful name by SOAS to knock down RNJ. And RNJ right now, he's bleeding out. Out in the open, it's going to be Mega Earth as well. Team Secret score 2 out of XERXIA as of now. But RNJ is not secured yet. Smoke pin popped out. But XERXIA, they have to win the fight before they're able to save RNJ. Break comes in, goes quarters combat. He's going to go right into the smoke. He will secure the point out of RNJ. Mega Mind behind the haystack. And Nui is going to come in. They probably don't know the position of Nui right now. Cooking up that nade, cooking up that molly. And sending it across onto Team Secret. Team Secret circling around. We do have GK going as close quarters combat. But Nui is prepared for it. Still holding his ground strongly as Nui cooking up this nade. Nui, can he get a second one? He needs to land the second one. He needs to pull off a big clutch here together with Mega Mind. Mega Mind now has the other angle, but TODAK came by. TODAK being a nuisance, but they're not truly stopping just yet. TODAK, they wouldn't mind a few more points just to secure the spot, although they're 90 points as of now. Nate by Team Secret, still onto XERXIA. All eyes onto them. In fact, XERXIA is managing 2 teams at the same time now. Mega Mind comes in the moment he stepped in. Efta knocked him down. It's down to Nui. But look at his health. 1 last tick of health. He must heal up. He must heal up before he get back onto the battleground. Team Secret, not using any utilities yet. Nui managed to heal up with his first aid. Break, no nade. So now he's dependent on his trusty M4. Together with the S12K. But it's going to be M4 with this sort of distance. As we move over to another area where Team Flash is involved with MORPH. MORPH in the circle. But the circle will shift in about a few more seconds. Who will be favored by the circle? We'll continue to monitor that. Looks like the circle goes toward the middle when 7-9 and MORPH is still there. Team Flash definitely wants a piece of this area. Team Flash trying to find that angle. The smoke is still active. It's not easy for Team Flash to identify the position of their opponents. But move out to Team Secret and finally they got Nui. But XERXIA is not out of this game just yet. They still have 1 more player around. And look at the elimination feed. FaZe Clan and O2 adding with each other. O2 out after the highest of highs. Right now they only score 1 point this round. XERXIA, the final member. Mega Mind still alive. SOAS is going in for it. Break. It's onto Mega Mind as well. They have Mega Mind surrounded, but they have to be aware of another team from the northern side. That's going to be Roy monitoring the situation. And SOAS finally gets him. And that is going to be the end of XERXIA at number 9. They scored 7 elimination points. They still keep themselves in the top 8 as of now. But Roy is a full squad. Team Flash! What a name from the other side to eliminate MORPH. And they are out with 3 elimination points. Still not in the top 8. At the edge is right now Team Flash. But on the other side, we talked about Roy earlier on. They were looking at the situation. Juke gets knocked out by Moment, so it looks like FaZe Clan gave Team Secret a little bit of a help here. As Moment will finish off Juke, that's going to be another point for FaZe Clan. They are above 90 points as of now. And right now, it's going to be Team Secret that needs those points instead. They only got themselves 8 elimination points. Looking for more. They are, as of now, based on elimination points, 81. And they continue to gain placement points. Make that 82 as of now. Looking pretty nice here for Team Secret. as they will restock themselves on the left side of the circle while Roy is still around the corner. But no big commitment yet by Roy. If Roy knows that it's team secret, they would love to take them out. I mean, we're talking about contenders for the top 8 by the borderline. And PA coming in, playing as a duo. We do have Kido here by the edge of the circle. On top of that, it's going to be Team Flash with another team. So they're pretty much sandwiched right here. But anyway, we're talking about stage 6 moving to stage 7. All teams will be really close to each other, so they need to be prepared anyway. And PA, looking at the situation, deciding on where to go next. At this moment, PA still playing this calm and clear, but Team Flash, they do have an idea that PA is below them. Okay, shots fired out by Zeus. I think I'm a member of PEA as they rotate into the circle. Kido is still on the outside though. And now Naso is sent to the side of Kido. Adam is closest to Team Flash. Kido tries to fire back. He needs a bit of help from Adam from the side though. But Zeus will nade down Adam. So the flank is now clear. All in focus onto Kido. And PA eliminated number 7, 2 elimination points by Team Flash. And Team Flash with 7 elimination points, I mean, they are pretty clear right now at the top. In fact, they just overtook Boom Esports as the number 1 team as of now. But stage 7 is upon us here. And Sem9 has the circle. Sem9, they could use a couple more points just to solidify the top 8 spot. Right now, they're doing pretty well as FaZe Clan is on the outside of the circle, but FaZe Clan is still okay. Roy and Team PANDUM is still in the game.
And Team Flash, thank you so much, Cloud. Sorry for the issues. But Team Flash right now, despite they are taking the reign, they're not showing any sign of slowing down at all. Speaking of Roy, they're definitely going to take over the 8th place as long as they can get more points. But Team Flash, unfortunately, the fireback coming from FaZe Clan will try to put them on hold to take down towards all the other teams remaining, all their chicken dinner here. And it's going to be this 2 teams on the top cancel each other out. Team Flash and FaZe Clan, while Sem9 and Team Secret is all about solidify their position as well. But Roy and PANDUM, it is crucial for them to get this chicken dinner.
Yeah, and PANDUM from the southern side, not detected by other teams yet as of now. But their closest contenders, Roy, will be pretty busy on the north. I mean, teams are still around them. Batman gets a knock onto Onsen, beautifully done. Now it's only down to 1 player left, and that's going to be 9 Noise.
PANDUM, 69 points, make it 71 right now. Infinity being taken out. This is going to be given the biggest opportunity for PANDUM to actually go and come back and push down the rest of the teams already on top. FaZe Clan, unfortunately, well, at least they still got in the 90s, but for Roy, it's so crucial for them to keep it alive. They're closing up, and that's going to be Team Flash taking Roy out. And speaking of the unlucky ones, it's always going to be Roy.
Man, a Roy eliminator, but Team Secret got a bit of help there from Team Flash. And they are unstoppable right now with 10 eliminations. With the circle, it's still going to be Sem9. More teams are going to come towards the middle. This is where Sem9 will need to be prepared. It's going to be the Indonesian duo, Boboho and Farah, to hold it out.
Now, Tron being in the center. Team Secret, how will they spread out, taking the majority of the left side? Well, we have Sem9 in the center, yeah, PANDUM on the south, while Team Flash try to obliterate everything that's got in the way. We talked about how PANDUM in the dying of these points, they will wait it out and wait them to cancel each other while PANDUM sit down and watching, but they have to move towards the circle, and the circle favors on the side of Team Flash. Unfortunately, on the side of Team Secret, 1 by 1 be taken out, not by the blue zone, but within the players of the circle.
Well, for Sem9, they seem to be in a pickle as well, with 1 player still active. Team PANDUM now trying to find their next target. The circle continues to shrink, and Team PANDUM still has some players on the outside. Batman lobs that nade over onto Soas, but it's going to be Bobo that knocks him down. And Batman, with the delayed nade, is the one that actually took the point away.
Now, PANDUM is still alive. At least still 1 player that is. There's still a shot at getting those chicken in. It's 2v1v1. Back to 2v2. V1. Dimsy and Billboard still gonna go and fight against Team Flash, but the one will change the course for PANDUM is gonna be Trong. It's Trong to try to gun down the rest of PANDUM players. It's gonna be a big issue for them for this chicken. There's gonna be everything for them. Team Flash on the other hand, don't really need it, but they want to secure it anyhow. Batman charging in! It's Team Flash. Zeus will finish off as long as Billboard and also as PANDUM remaining players.
Oh, he got that knock. Oh, one more to go, but Trung's pretty low and he's on the lower ground. The geography doesn't help him. Zeus, Mr. MVP, wants to end Trung just for the flex here. Okay, he's cooking up this nade. Trung is pretty close, but he managed to heal up. Anyway, Trung will try to charge in. He's cooking up his own nade as well. His one final grenade.
That nade did not finish everything yet. Trung managed to knock down on one Team Flash's 1v1 mano to mano. Back to the manner classical of Team Flash and Team Secret here. Trung tried to circle the other way all the round towards the backside. Zeus prepared his nade already prepping out. That's going to be the last nade being tossed about. While the side of Trung still have a couple of smoke and one molly to finish it off in one shot. But unfortunately, Trung, he doesn't have any VAZ anymore.
Oh man, yeah. He does have his level 3 helmet and that's about it. Zeus pretty shredded as well. It's going to be one of the best 1v1s that we have seen so far in the PMSL this season. Zeus, okay, he's found a loot. Okay, switches over to a DBS. Perfect situation. Perfect weapon, but Trung has his own DBS as well. Okay, let's see who will dance it off to the death.
Trung and Zeus. Like it or not, we're down to the last circle. Depending on which side will the Blues enclose in first, it's not going to be the best case for the side of Team Secret. But for Flash, they definitely have more than enough right, and they're taking the number 1 spot, but they want to finish it off, and one more shot! It's still going to be Team Secret winning it away.
Was it Team Secret? It was Zeus. He came out in the elimination. Yeah, it came out so quick. Okay, that's the celebration there. That's the celebration there. Team Flash scored another chicken dinner, taking it away from Team Secret. But anyway, it was a great run by Team Secret.
But for Team Flash, I mean, it's never too wrong and never too late to secure another chicken for the day, and 100% getting himself all into Super Sunday right now after pushing Boom to second place in the last minute. But for the side of Team Secret, did they manage to push all the way to the top 8? Can they be safe with 2 more maps remaining? That's going to be 9, 15, 16 eliminations for Team Flash.
26 points for Team Flash, and obviously with the chicken dinner, it doesn't really matter for them. Well, the flex is that they're above Boom Esports now in the chart, so that's a bit of a flex for them. But our MVP is flexing here, and it is Batman with 6 eliminations, 1,051 damage. Woo! 431 damage received, 36% team contribution, and a survival time of 27 minutes and 8 seconds.
Another high damage output, and not just that, when it comes to his team contribution, also 36% is a bigger chunk compared to all the other 4 members, but that was a flawless run coming up from Team Flash. Everybody actually put in so much work in each of their members. 6 eliminations by Batman. I mean, he's definitely going to be one of the top gunslingers by end of this map.
Well, the contest is here. Team Secret, Roy, and also Team PANDUM. And Team Secret actually has got a lot of eliminations, so the points will be really interesting once we tabulate them all later on. And now all these teams, Team PANDUM, with full squad time of only 5 minutes, 47 seconds, but still able to come up with this sort of performance. So Team PANDUM is definitely on the rise as well. But let's look at the highlights before we get on to the score.
Another double digit to end our run here just now in Erangel. While we do have two teams with a double digit elimination, 16 for Team Flash, for Team Secret was 10. This is gonna be Team Secret taking over Roy, and Roy, they are definitely not safe, but they did secure 9 points by the end of this map.
Yeah, and we got all the, a lot of the borderline teams, including XERXIA is on page 1. So that's going to be interesting. Team PANDUM's here as well. So the overall scores will look pretty tight later on. No sign of the Infinity though, but amount of points that they have collected before this, they should be pretty okay as of now. As we flip over to page number 2, because I really want to see like how tight it is at the borderline, because last we saw it was really, really close.
Well, we do know Boom has been donating a lot of generous points out there for the teams. So that's definitely going to be a game changer here. Thanks, Boom, for making it super interesting for us. So we won't blame you with the zeros. But RRQ, what happened to the mighty that has fallen here at the very bottom?
Yeah, still not on a solid recovery yet for RRQ. But some of these teams have recovered. Page 1 right now. The Infinity, we welcome them into the top 8 officially. Roy as well into the top 8. Team Secret too, so no sign of XERXIA. Now, when it comes to the points, Team Secret is 89, 79, 88, Roy 83, Infinity 80. 2 more rounds to go. Okay, this is going to be very tight to the end.
I don't think 90 is going to be the safe bet here, because even XERXIA is still 80 points. Now it's down to the tiebreaker again between these two teams, and PANDUM might hit it as well in the 80s, because they are at 77, only 3 points away, and they got themselves the only teams in the second page with the chicken dinner down here.
Yeah. And with that chicken dinner, it could probably bring them the tiebreaker. Who knows, right? Who knows? So keep to that chicken dinner for now, Team PANDUM. They might need it towards the end. For the other teams, they still have a chance with the 2 more rounds to go. But we'll talk about that a little bit later, because right now we're going to highlight Zeus, who have been the MVP previously. And he comes up here with the most eliminations, 9 by himself.
And there's going to be another star rising up the occasion. I want to see, can they actually have the same player as top fraggers for next season, as Zeus will be one of the players under the radar. But don't forget about Batman as well. It was some great plays by him. And also we have Team Secret players on the top counseling. But so far we have double flash chicken dinner in a day. And PANDUM, despite they just scored their previous chicken dinner before we hit into the break, unfortunately they're so close to getting in the top 8 for the Super Sunday.
Yeah, and for us to complete the flag, since Team Flash scored a double chicken dinner today, so it has to be 1 from Thailand, 1 from the Malaysian region to just complete all the flags. If it's a repeat again, either by Indonesia or Vietnam in the following round, then we won't be looking at like completing our flags for today. But we will be looking to complete the top 8. So now with 2 more rounds to go, it's going to be pretty tight. But one team that is definitely out, there won't be enough points for them to collect realistically. I believe it's definitely PA.
Yep, right now we just leave PA. I mean, they never touch any Super Sunday, so definitely won't be in the grand finals. But we can get them to try things out before the next season. Who knows? Hopefully they will be here in the next season as well when it comes to New Year. But for the other teams, example here, we talked about the very tight race of the top 8. PANDUM, MORPH, even XERXIA will be probably going to get into in the last minute. It's down to the last 2 Miramar maps, really. I think it's down to like how Roy been taken out last week. It might be the same case here till the very last wire.
Yeah, I know, right? Roy having that flashback of, Jit Fam, Miramar. Oh no, is this going to be... but Jit Fam is not here. Okay, calm down, relax. Okay, relax. Like what Soa say. So, okay, maybe they... Because there's no kryptonite for them, which is Jit Fam, that will maybe give them a better chance. I mean, that's just a random theory there.
Or maybe they should have the drive to meet their kryptonite during the Super Sunday, just to prove them all get their sweet revenge again, you know. It will be incomplete if Roy don't get to fight Gig Fam again.
Oh yeah, and the narrative can continue because we ended yesterday with Damwood saying something about like, oh, what motivated them is wrong. We caught that. So it'll be nice to continue that storyline, right? But the storyline will still continue here. We'll be heading on to our two Miramas left. So let's see what will come up. And especially there are substitutions because after the break early on, there wasn't a single substitution by any of the teams.
Yeah, we're going to switch over to Miramar. But at the same time, for the entire day, we barely got any substitution after the second half here. When it comes to Miramar, I don't know if they want to put in substitution because right now I feel like every single team, except for PA, of course, and NKT. I mean, NKT, they're probably going to need one. But the rest of them do have a better outcome and better results for every single map and get more aggressive with their plays with what they have right now. So I don't think anything is broken except for their navigation and happen to be crossing towards the battlefield at the most unfortunate time.
Well, the silver lining is that fresh map, different set of teams, so the outcome could be different. So that's something for us to continue to monitor. And as we pan over to some of the teams, we did talk about like the possibility of them switching up players. And looks like RRQ is putting on the POCO for Fnatic in this Miramar match.
Okay, are we looking at the Infinity having swaps? Yes, they did. 3Touch will be replaced by Logan for now. When it comes to Miramar, it's going to be a different set of players coming up from Infinity. Now, Infinity, they are very close to that Super Sunday. I just hope things get really well for them in this last map here. But NKT is also the team that everybody have a big question mark. What happened to them after that just amazing Golden Nate week 1? But you know what? Questions aside, let's just straight fly into Miramar.
For NKT, they have been in the Super Sunday twice, so they'll be praying, assuming that they do not qualify here, in which is a bit far-fetched by now. They'll be hoping for the points that they've collected over the 2 Super Sundays that they were in to be enough for them to be in the Grand Finals. But we will, of course, leave that conversation for tomorrow as we will look at this flight path in our first Miramar match, and it's going to start from the area of Patona up all the way to Ruins this time.
Yeah, always gonna start around Patona, but never ends there. I just hope we get to see Patona for once. You know, we get to see it on the smaller screen on the left side. So PA dropping himself on top of Patona is a nice place to see. I love the circle structures around it, how it just centralizing in the center in quite of a circle in the middle. I don't get to see that too many often. When it comes to the flight path, it's still gonna go straight up north, so we do have heavy drops for the teams. But it's always about the circle. Will we have like yesterday's circle on top of Chumacera or southern side of Los Leones?
Yeah, that will be a conversation that we will find out in probably a few more seconds. As of now, I'm looking at where will be the most crowded place. So, Picardo is going to be pretty clear for FaZe clan. And we're going to get a common circle. I mean, this kind of circle we have seen the entire, well, for a lot in this season's PMSL. So, it's a repeat for these teams, circle-wise that is. But of course, we're going to get a totally different group of teams. So, that's going to be the variable that the teams will need to manage.
I don't like this circle. Hopefully we'll shift up north, of course. We had that also when it comes to this week. On top of power grid or the usual water treatment. It's going to be nice to see there some days. And around St. Martin will be so bad either. But for MORPH, Zero seems to be scouting for vehicles. I think he realized during his time of parachuting down, there'll be somebody else just next to him too. So he's waiting for SOAS to pick out first. But he's kind of at a very dangerous place because IFTA is right above him as well.
Yeah, MORPH wouldn't mind eliminating Team Secret. And if they do, that will give them a slight chance here. Almost got SOA, so it was really, really close. But now with that signal, it's also given to Flippy. Look at the mini-map now. They will go all in on the SOAS.
Every single point we treated as a dime because we do know by the end of the day, that one single point will make a huge difference whether they can go into Super Sunday or not. You'll follow up, and that's going to be the monster truck taken over by MORPH. That was a very committed team fight for one particular player of Team Secret. And there goes their vehicle too. I mean, that's going to be the scouter taken out. Unfortunately, Team Secret starting off as a trio, but they only one more point away from 90s.
Yeah, they're pretty close there, but still a trio, so it's still fine for Team Secret. MORPH up to 70 points now, and the next contender is going to be Team PANDUM. They'll be happy if they are able to eliminate Team PANDUM or even XERXIA, just to be able to like leapfrog onto them. Now, if you remember MORPH, now they do have a good record in Miramar, especially with that 0 run, coming up with a lot of eliminations just by himself. And this is the time for them to call back that 0 moment. If they can do so, then they could probably qualify. But this guy, Zeus, have been helping Team Flash significantly to qualify directly into Super Sunday now.
Yeah, he scores average elimination in every single map. That's going to be 1 point. So every single time he's in the map, he's alive, he's going to score something and not going to be less than 1. Well, finally we get our preferred weapon, DBS. Yeah, this is going to be true to itself. Zeus, he is known for a CQC. Zeus is so good at CQC, and same goes for the player that you just mentioned, which is going to be 0 of MORPH. Now, if that were to happen again back towards the side of MORPH, 22 eliminations in one single map run, we're probably going to see 0 with a lot of S12K plays.
Yeah. It'll work out for him when it comes to like stage 6, 7, when everyone's like super duper close and he's like alone and he plays like just building after building. Yeah, if that situation is set up for him, definitely we want to see how 0 can pull it off, because right now MORPH, they do need a hero. So what better narrative than to call a 0 to hero, right?
Yep. And we're gonna have to wait and see, will he still be just 0 or a different hero this time? At least he's caught himself in the 70 right now. That's gonna be 7 points difference and 10 points of a gap towards the side of Infinity. Now, Infinity, I swear to God, right now they are fidgeting as well. Not taking any fights early on will be one of the best solutions. But problem is, teams up there like Flash, Boom, even FaZe Clan will try to disrupt their peacefulness by taking and forcing the fight early on.
It'll be pretty interesting, right, if they do that. But I'm also looking at like if O2 were to disrupt these teams. Now O2, they had like a really high round when they scored the chicken, when they almost got the chicken dinner, but their previous round was like back to 1 point. So this is like the thing about like O2, right? Like, okay, you can get that high momentum, but the following round is like you lose the consistency. So that has been the case for O2. And if we were to look at like overalls as well, O2 doesn't make it into this Super Sunday. That's it. See you next season or even next year.
Yeah, hopefully they're still here for next season or next year. And I agree, O2 is one of the teams that most of the teams at the very bottom do have the same situation as O2. They seem to be in a roller coaster ride. Got their highs and their lows like within seconds, just split sort of personality of players within the same day. But for TODAK though, TODAK, they are at the 90s, but this is going to be great VIP. MORPH taking the fight, and MORPH needs the points, and here comes the S12K play. Zero's doing it, man. They're not stopping at all.
Well, just as we talked about 0, he's putting in the work now, scoring another point for MORPH. Okay, now it's all about scouting out the other members of TODAK inside of Lost Learners. Alliance is not here, their regular drop spot, so Lost Learners is pretty open. Interesting enough that Team Secret is no longer here as well, so it looks like they switch up their strategy for this round. But in Lost Learners itself, 2 teams locked in, and the circle is still around this area. I would expect them to still be there for a while.
Now, it's been 2 maps in a row now, Cloud, that we have tied up 8 and 9 plays. I don't know if we're still going to have this sort of circumstance and situation for our next map as well. If we do, now every single placement points different. The chicken especially will play such a big part, especially in the case of PANDUM. They have the upper hand here with that chicken earlier before. All they need to do is just make sure they don't die early. Talking about the teams Roy, Infinity, XERXIA, PANDUM. This is going to be the 4 teams that's so crucial for their survivability at the current being.
Yeah, so tight, right? 83, 80, 80, 77. I mean, it's like a gap of like less than 10 points between them. It's crazy right now. So the 2 rounds will mean a lot. NKT 52. I'm thinking about the chances now. Okay. Well, hopefully that doesn't dampen their chances as they try to flip over the vehicle. But
20 points in a map.
38, so that's 16 points per map. So basically, they're in a situation that they have to score double chicken dinner for NKT.
Double chicken dinner plus double-digit eliminations. Now, that's going to be a tall order for those 2 teams, not just NKT. There's 2 teams down there in the same point. But we do have the circle shift over on the northern side a bit. So it's going to be around La Benita. That's going to be the usual circle we always see. Right on the northern side of Los Leones, there's going to be a lot of teams rushing towards this side. Which means there's going to be some battle going on already when they are transitioning, including FaZe Clan and Roy. They have a big clash here, and we have XERXIA as well.
Oh, not the time to flip vehicles, but Roy, we got Junos here with a high ground against FaZe Clan. Porsche will knock down on Zins. Now all in onto 9 Noise on the other side. Cooking up this thing is going to be Junos. Nate, a bit of an overshot, but 9 Noise wants to counter another Nate. Okay, another Nate onto 9 Noise, but he's okay for now. But Onzens can't say the same for him, as Roy will be coming in. But Ventores from the back could come up with something.
XERXIA chip in some damage into a side of Roy too. We just talked about Roy cannot afford to lose any of their members or being eliminated. Yeah, this is not the time for them to commit to this fight. And we're talking about the teams that already kind of comfortable with their positions here, which could be FaZe Clan. Now, for Roy and XERXIA, both teams, especially XERXIA, they do have some slight advantage. They are quite far from the rest of the team, but Roy, they are fighting back. They got 1 knockdown on FaZe Clan, but can they translate into a point now?
Now the point, waiting to be translated. Okay, still red there on our stats. But oh wow, where did the angle go? Oh, from behind! Oh, Juke taken out, leaving Roy with only 1 player. Oh no, not good for Roy.
Oh, it's going to be Shunos, the last player remaining on the side of Roy. It's going to be all about survival game for them right now with XERXIA chasing the points. Infinity still alive. This is going to be a tough call for Roy. Not again. They did it last week.
I know, right? Now it's time to be scary for Roy. Oh man. Oh man. Okay. 1 player, let's see how long he can last. But we're talking about still 16 teams. Even though if he wants to go for placement points, it's still a lot to work on.
Where to hide at this point for Roy, last player, to make sure at least he got a couple of placement points just to make some progress for this map. It's doable for them to actually play it out for the next one, but it feels like a deja vu for them today.
Yeah, I know, right? Without Geek Fam.
Who's going to play the Geek Fam this time?
That 1 player or that 1 team to take out Roy. Okay, we will look at that. Who's going to be the Geek Fam when Geek Fam is not here? Who's going to be the kryptonite of Roy? But we look at the circle. Okay, move towards the northern side, so away from Choo Choo being the hater of certain area. We all know that by now. Yeah.
You're not wrong.
My turn to spit out some facts.
Yep, that's kind of a factual thing now, obviously. But I love this circle. There's so many high grounds and low grounds too. There's going to be uneven terrain, multiple level days to play. So when it comes to RIQ, this is going to be the time to shine too. And they got himself in the center for now. But progress-wise, RIQ, I'm surprised how performance-wise, it's just, you know, it's definitely their downfall when it comes to this final week for RIQ.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, 52 points, unless the double chicken dinner comes. But we're going to continue on this fight. Team Secret could use a couple more points. Same goes for MORPH. So MORPH wouldn't mind eliminating Team Secret as they try to find their advantage. We saw that. MORPH. We saw that.
Deflected by zone grenade. Lucky didn't hit on any of the players. But unfortunately, Roy, no! With XERXIA Infinity alive, PANDUM 2 and MORPH trying to take down on the players of none other than they're fighting right now, Team Secret. Unfortunately, things going down in shambles. Team Secret winning over this fight, and MORPH, this is not happening. No, not like this.
Okay, one more player to go, but same situation as Roy. But speaking about Roy, actually, Roy had been eliminated, by the way. Who was the one who eliminated them? Okay, I kind of missed that. I was glued towards Team Secret versus MORPH. But anyway, PA comes by, and they could be the party pooper here for Team Secret.
Now, it crossed my mind just now. Sorry, I'm not focusing on this fight right now. If PA will actually stop Roy for the next map, just like how GigFam did, that's painful.
It's basically like involving like the team that has nothing to do with the Super Sunday, right? Yeah. That will be something. That will be something. And if that happens, that's like PA's like mini trophy.
Ah, man. And if it's another Malaysian team, I swear to God, Roy probably get traumatized by it if we ended up the day like that, right? So far, it's showing no signs. We're gonna have to wait and see for Roy's fate when it comes to the next map. But for Team Secret, you mentioned how they need the points. They already cracked the 90s. They are at 92 points here right now. Is it safe enough for them with their points? But PA, I mean, like you mentioned, they got nothing else to do. Like, why not try to challenge them straight up front?
Oh, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. And they're crashing in. Frankie down. Adam comes in to follow up. 3 members of PA still active. They could probably finish up Team Seeker with the numbers that they have. They just invite the final member of Team Seeker on the other build, the other door, okay, the other room. And there you go. So PA eliminated Team Secret. That fight is over. And PA, they did not lose anyone.
Yeah, it's a shame that PA actually show what caliber they can actually do with their CQC fight. A bit too late now. I mean, like it's. I'm sorry, but definitely impossible for them to catch up for the numbers there with 2 more maps remaining, including this one. But at least it shows that they have the capability to go for the force of fight. I mean, go for the rush, try to force an engagement or initiate any fight, and they can actually win it. They just managed to do it today, which is, you know, a very last minute.
I'm thinking of another potential last minute here. Okay, news flash, Infinity is out of top 8 as of now. But let's see if XERXIA can win this against NKT, or NKT will be the small hero for the Infinity by eliminating XERXIA. Now, XERXIA, they do have the circle advantage. They're on the inner side, so they're in a good spot for now, and they do have this compound. So as long as they stay put here, it's not going to be that easy for NKT to actually crash into this compound. Plus, they have to go up to the high ground. They don't have the visuals. They might just rotate away.
For Infinity, all they need to do is just score another 4 eliminations. XERXIA cannot afford to go down. It's going to be another factor coming into the place. But for NKT, they pretty much one of teams that have nothing to do. How can I actually say? Until they surprise us, of course. Jokes aside, TODAK will try to run, but they are hitting 90s. And if we did mention Infinity, now there's going to be trouble brewing up. And it's going to be PANDUM too. PANDUM shot down on Infinity. That's going to be the strongest contender right now.
Oh, NKT shifted their focus onto TODAK with Links down. Now Cleon moves out to the second floor. Triple F on top of that high ground. So pretty much Cleon has nowhere to go. Okay, backup has arrived here. Cleon needs 9 together with him. Joker healing up, but 9, the moment he arrives, he gets knocked down immediately by Triple F, and that's going to be Cleon down, and TODAK eliminated by NKT.
I won't worry too much about these 2 teams right now, but I do want to see the fight between Infinity and PANDUM, because PANDUM's winning over, and Sam9 arriving as well. Speaking of Sam9, they have 1 more point into the 90s, yeah, and PANDUM's got a 3, definitely put them a tie at 80 points. All they need to do is score more than XERXIA. They already pushed down Infinity to the 10th place.
Interesting, right? Team PANDUM could come up with a surprise, but from the other side, came the nade from Team Flash to eliminate the final member of MORPH. So MORPH right now, 1 more round to go for them to come up with a miracle. But for Sam9 and PANDUM, okay, you want to see PANDUM, you're going to get it now.
PANDUM, Sam9, and where did the last 2 remaining players of Infinity went off to? I think they just going to part ways, knowing the fact they're not going to get into this fray. But I think around the corner, they will see 2 crosshair hovering around this side. I think that's going to be Infinity players, where PANDUM shifts over their focus to the side of Sam9, knowing the fact that Sam9 is a bit more closer than the rest of Infinity players. Yes, exactly as that. is happening. And O2 Esports have the northern side too. Hard shape of the circle, and Infinity close enough. They can gatekeep PANDUM and Sam9 and score something out of this.
I'm looking at where the interesting point is at, but never mind. We'll look at Team PANDUM right now. Looks like 2 players of PANDUM down. So it's only Jopranki and Achul left up against Sam9 on the outside of the circle. Cooking up this day is going to be Jopranki. Tries to land on the Bobo Hoop, but Jopranki down. Oh, it's down to Achul now. Achul. They have to win this fight to stay away from XERXIA and Infinity.
No. PANDUM down to 1 player. They can afford to go down now. XERXIA managed to get 1 knockdown on FaZe Clan, finish it off. So they will try to get points there. XERXIA still fighting FaZe Clan. Sam9 taking down PANDUM players 1 by 1. This is not great. These are the team that's not supposed to be in early conflicts.
Oh, yeah, and so happen they are. Well, even O2 wants a mix of this. Bobo Hu will finish off Team Z. Okay, it's now Achul. Achul tries to get away. He rotates up north, praying for him to be able to get into the circle. He's still not in it yet. The blue will put pressure onto him. And now it's going to be Sam9 and O2. But, oh, Achul, he has RRQ variant. That's why he can't continue on.
Yeah, but he's going to put a pause and try to pull over. But it's going to be a 4-way war. Now for the side of Achul, all he needs to do is just hope that RRQ just take away the pain and just leave slowly and sneakily behind, quietly going away. Achul! He survived for now.
Oh, he went past RRQ. Okay. Woo! That's a close one by Achul, but there's still 12 teams left. He needs to wait for at least 4 other teams to be eliminated before he can start the game, play some points. Praying for RRQ not to pass by because RRQ is just next to him.
Oh my god, there's so many teams around Achul right now. Imagine how nerve-wracking this is. And people start shooting as well. Oh, Achul barely got covers, and if the explosion of the vehicle actually hit him, that's going to be a problem. But O2 Esports is also on the rise. Jumper, he will try to fight against RRQ, but unfortunately not enough. But a nade coming up from Sam9 UI. What a mess up here.
Jumper seems to be the bait, and Sam9 took advantage of it. RRQ's name now currently down, but the fight's not over yet. By the edge of the circle, the other members of O2 have this high ground advantage, and looks like they managed to nade down Nassar. And the fight will continue on with Sam9. Yuhai took a bit of that nade.
Oh, it's going to be O2 raining the bullets and nades down to a side of Yuhai. And RRQ are still not being finished off by any of these teams. Everybody tried to snitch away or just tried to steal away the points here. While PA taking on NKT. Asa is still bleeding out. I don't know where are the rest of RRQ right now. But O2, they are being surprised by Sam9 from the back as well. And Yuhai will be finished off by O2. And O2 got more points right now. But RRQ is not done yet against them.
Oh, not at all. Try to lock them out onto the outside. Asa might be finished off by O2. And that is actually Logan from the Infinity stealing away the point from afar.
Infinity, they're definitely watching it right now. I'm looking at Achul all the time. Just in case, just in case. But RRQ, it says their focus deviated from their main concern, where they thought there's going to be 2 teams only fighting. Unfortunately, they caught in the process. Nachos steals 1 more from RRQ as well. Scores himself another point, but that gives away his position. And that means PANDUM also opened up opportunity for XERXIA and Infinity to take over the top 8.
Yeah, I know, right? Both of those teams are very, very close still. So, Achul and Team PANDUM now 82 points, and actually XERXIA is the same amount of points as Team PANDUM. Infinity just 1 point behind PANDUM, so there's a very high chance that PANDUM will be pushed out.
Yep, PANDUM, at least for tiebreaker, they got that chicken dinner early and will actually play in quite a big impact by end of this map if it's still going to be the same score between them and XERXIA. But for O2 Esports, they're aiming for the chicken here. They want to go for the chicken to get themselves in the Super Sunday. It's still doable, possible. But will it be? We saw one of the players of O2 Esports got shot down from afar. I think probably that's going to be... Is it going to be Infinity?
Potentially, because Infinity have been doing those long-range shots to try to steal away elimination points, and understandably so, because Infinity, they need the points as well. So, looking for more. Let's see if there's another opportunity. But definitely opportunity for FaZe Clan right here to try to take out the 0-2 or 9 North shot from behind. So he's well aware of Boom Esports that's actually shooting onto him.
Yep, 9 Noise tried to do some miracle clutch here against two different angles entirely. It's going to be a big swing for him to clutch it out against O2 Esport player. But O2 Esport, one miscalculation and one mistake. It's going to be the entire crew down, and Boom is still up there. Razy might actually watching this side as well. If they're not being careful, got themselves their backside open up for the shot, and it's going to be going down in an instant for O2 Esports. But another team that everybody kind of look out for their points is going to be Infinity and XERXIA. They're both being very quiet here right now.
Yeah, waiting for the right moment to show up. But one of the reasons, perhaps because they only have 2 players left. Razy showed up to finish up 9 Noise. So, yeah, I mean, both teams, they're fine. And Boom Esports, it seems that they are just on a mission to just take that #1 spot out of the hands of Team Flash just because.
Just because they can. And one of the teams that can do just because, don't forget Team Flash and Boom is still in here to win some chickens. And this is going to be the teams that want to be on the rise too. PEA, all of a sudden they're being super aggressive in this map with 7 eliminations. Now playing it aggressive and productive, but will be enough. And O2 Esports unfortunately meet up with the non-ending fight against RRQ. And Fredo is a bit too far to save Kit, and that's going to be another free point for RRQ.
Yeah, Fredo can't do much from his position. But now with only Fredo left for 0-2, so he'll hold on as long as possible for Pleasant points since they're now starting to collect them. Next circle, here we go. How far will it go from these teams? And it will go towards, slightly towards the right side, and the teams inside of it. One of them is XERXIA, and also the Infinity. Both of them in the circle.
It feels like the circle want to help them a bit this time, but Team Flash shot down on PEA. It's just Kwang by himself, man. No kidding. And Kwang, if he can actually score another knockdown here, it's going to be big, and possibly he will, and he might do so, but unfortunately, that's... Oh, wait, what? Where's Kwang?
Kwang knocked, okay. But Zeus is still there to take down Kiddo. Okay, the fight's not over yet as Frankie goes down to Zeus as well. Zeus got a double knockdown to PEA. And now the other members of PA on the southern side will not be part of this. But on our mini screen, looks like we're going to see another fight here involving Crit VIP as they take out Gosu from Team Flash.
Oh, XERXIA and Infinity still playing it safe. They know what at stake here. But for Team Flash, I mean, they got nothing else to lose except for, you know, getting more points than ever. For Boom, there might be debating for XERXIA. XERXIA 2 players spotted out Pombit, and it's going to be the Nate grading Pombit easily, trying to take away those points. But for Pombit, he recovered his position, and it's going to be 2 players of Boom trying to deal with XERXIA by themselves, while the rest of Boom playing around the outer rim to give some cover fire.
But from the inner side, we do have Boomies. Oh, Yummy! Needed down Mega Up. Okay, that's bad for XERXIA because now Mega Mine is now being burned down. Mega Mine, will he be able to survive this? Looks like the answer is no! XERXIA! Just by the borderline, not able to overtake Team PANDUM yet. The final round will be big for XERXIA.
Well, at least XERXIA do get themselves some placement points, so we assume they will push up to the 8th place. But on the side of Team Flash, it's down to Infinity to make a comeback here given the opportunity. But unfortunately, they don't have enough manpower. They have to wait it out until Team Flash cancel out the rest of Crit VIP. That's going to happen now. And for Team Flash cancel Boom each other out. That's going to be the opportunity for Infinity to score the chicken. They have to be calm and stay quiet for now.
Oh, relax. This is the motto of the Infinity now. Okay, they do have this compound. But we are stage 8. Okay, praying hard. Praying hard that the Infinity gets a circle now. Circle? At least it's not too far away for the Infinity. They're still alright.
But for Boom repositioning, they still have a full squad. These top teams don't know where or when to go out, you know. Boom's done being generous. They did it last map. They're not going to give it away for this map as well. So for Team Flash and Boom, they have to wait it out, these two teams, to fight against each other. And lucky enough for the side of Infinity is still inside of Rim of Circle. But stage 9 will hit any time now. So it's all about timing here by the end of the day. If they open fire, they go for no chickens anymore. And if they score a chicken, they're definitely going to push all the way towards probably the 6th place.
Yeah, I know, right? This is going to be big for the Infinity. Let's see. They still have a chance as long as they have to circle 2 players. Could still happen for them, but like what you say, right? They're hoping for other teams to like distract each other or cancel each other. As Fnatic now will be knocked down by Zeus on Team Flash from afar, and Zeus will want to secure that elimination point. If he gets this, it's going to be his 4th point. So far, Fnatic is still bleeding out, not eliminated yet.
The only team that actually know exactly the position of Infinity is going to be RRQ because they tossed those hand grenades over there before. But Zeus of Team Flash might actually spot some of the players of Infinity as well, because why did RRQ overstay themselves here? And this is going to be Zeus taking another point for themselves. 8 eliminations for Team Flash. My god, they just don't know how to stop.
Oh, no mercy. 40% of health left. Zeus tries to take him out as well. Okay, if no mercy stands up, that's it. That's it. Zeus is prepared for it. But there's also Boom Esports in between. And Zeus will shift his attention to Palmbit.
That's done. Team Flash as well, so make it a 9 eliminations.
Man.
I mean, there's going to be Team Flash all over the place. Yeah, despite their number 1. I mean, there's no trophy for this one, but hey, why not?
Well, the one that's not complaining is the Infinity. The more Team Flash does this, the higher they go in terms of placement points. And now they're hoping for them to get No Mercy as well. Now we're at stage 9. No Mercy will be forced to move forward. No Mercy gets bumped from Boom Esports. But No Mercy, that also means that he will reveal himself again, sending another nade across, hoping to secure another elimination point, but not able to do so. Infinity now will be forced to move out as well.
And they have to get up now. They barely got enough space. And Nomis do have those elevations. And if they don't stop on RRQ, they manage to finish off RRQ. Infinity, they still can make it through. But Infinity, they spotted out Boom players. They will take advantage. But this is the problem. Yummy May still up there, but it will be dealt with. Turny K's nade it down on Yummy May. They will try to obliterate. Boom! Close enough. Infinity, can they do it now? The score's going up. They got 4 eliminations here. And Logan's pretty low himself. Is down to 2v1v1. But Infinity, can they score the chicken for the last run?
Oh man, this is going to be big now. Logan coming in. Here's the substitute. Can he pull off a big one here? Razy took a lot of damage. Logan fires back. Razy 10% of health. Logan low as well. It's going to be a 1v1. Logan on the lower ground. And it's going to be Razy breaking the hearts of the Infinity. But still, a 2nd place finish is big for the Infinity.
What a game! Yeah, Infinity shoot up all the way to the top 8 in the last minute. Well, we're looking a lot of probably tiebreakers by end of today. But my boom! Congratulations for the chicken dinner again. When it comes to yesterday's performance, they actually bring up the momentum, including today. So we're definitely going to see boom for this Super Sunday. But for the rest of the team that will join into the last remaining slots down there, can they still make it?
Oh man, I'm sweating right now just imagining the points. Whew. But anyway, this round, I mean, Boom Esports, yeah, one of those situations. It's like the BTR situation, like the Vampire situation. Cool. Score chicken dinner, 10 elimination points, so that's 20 points for them. But of course, Yummy, being one of those players, he definitely wants to try to get that MVP. But because of the damage by Razy is so significant, we know who's going to be the MVP.
I mean, a lot of times we had like 6 eliminations with 1,000 over damage, not 1,200, not even 1,100, but with 4 eliminations, 1,200? Where did all those eliminations went off to? I mean, only 4 eliminations. Razy did so much work down there.
Oh yeah, then the stats don't lie, right? 4 eliminations doesn't sound too big, but the damage is huge here for the 4 eliminations, and 232 damage received, 29% team contribution, and the survival time 28 minutes 26 seconds. Razy is the MVP this round for Boom Esports, and even if you look at the charts, like his damage is way ahead of the average MVP data. So damage 1,200, that is a big number.
Now, when it comes to the other teams, I mean, like, there's no brainer to see Team Flash and Boom to survive this long again. That's why they're one of the top teams playing in the last chance here, because of how consistent they are getting those points up when it comes to eliminations as well. But Infinity, can they still make it through? And BA, the sudden rise, if only they had played like this in the start, it would be a game changer. But let's rewatch another Boom Chicken Dinner, because right now we cannot wait to see the scores.
While Boom Esports scored the chicken dinner, but the Infinity, they worked out so hard this round. The circle kept going away from them, but they still managed to come up with a second place finish and score 10 points this round, while Boom Esports with 20, while Team Flash 16. So that's the teams that have definitely qualified onto Super Sunday, so that's absolutely fine. PA scored 10. Where were you guys?
If only they starting off the entire league like this, it would be such a game changer for them. It's a bit too late for their awaken time, but wait, it's never too late to see some actions coming from BA. So I am still happy they managed to get so much points out of this run. But Roy, not like
0
this.
points for Roy. Okay, this could be real interesting here because Infinity scored a good amount of points and XERXIA 3 points. Okay. Team Secret, well, Team Secret is already like cool 3 points. I think they're absolutely fine. TODAK, those 0 points, but they should be fine overalls as well. But let's get a confirmation right now. Okay,
Roy.
and Roy by the edge again.
Oh no, and we have 90s. For Infinity, they push all the way up to 6th place, just like how we envisioned them will be doing well that last map. TODAK also at 90 points, but 83. Oh, so close. We're gonna get to see whether it's gonna be a tie on the 8th and 9th place. PANDUM do score a chicken. Now, if they having a tie with PANDUM later for Roy, now that's gonna be some difficult, heartbreaking, no Super Sunday moment.
Flip over. Okay, PANDUM 82. XERXIA 83. Oh my goodness. And then you got MORPH with 72, which is, if MORPH were to do it, they have to come out like really, really big, right? And also, of course, hope for the teams on top of them to not gain as many points. So that's going to be a wishful thinking for MORPH.
Not
I would
really.
still put them probably still.
I mean, with their last run last time, this is where they start to make it happen. And we saw just now Zero start his momentum. Like how he did getting those 22 eliminations to the last minute, remember? And that was them way worse position than they had right now. This is a way better position than that during that time. But we're going to give it to Razy again. I mean, 1,246 damage with 4 eliminations. Definitely worth putting up the record up here with Zeus coming at 1,176.
Yeah. So 2 players, more than 1,000, man. And Zeus really has been popping up the charts here. His other teammate, Batman, is up here as well, 681 damage. And we got Yami, who's Razy's teammate, 566 damage. So 2 teams represented here as the top damage dealers. But because Boom Esports scored the chicken dinner, it's actually their second chicken dinner. So we won't get a complete flags here on the screen. But the last Miramar match will be big for teams at the borderline.
You know, I feel like Boom and Flash been dominating over today. I mean, we definitely have our focus 100% towards a team that can barely make it to the top 8 here. But you know what? They will make us not forget about the presence. These 2 teams, they are, you know, just battling it out just to flex who gets the more points by the end of today between these 2 teams right now. So we ignore Flash and Boom at the moment. But when it comes to the tiebreaker, I mean, PANDUM have the best position for the tiebreaker with that chicken dinner. Like I mentioned before, they couldn't afford to lose way early on. And for Roy just now, still fortunate enough without any points to barely make it to the top 8. Now they have to make sure they will stay alive a bit longer.
Yeah, and we talked about like the kryptonite for Roy, right? So we still want to see like who might be the kryptonite for Roy in the last round. It's gonna be huge. So many stories here. You got the Roy, you got the PANDUM, and I don't know if a MORPH surprise later on. So if MORPH does come out with a surprise, like they will basically break all those teams' hearts and it's like, hey, what we thought you're not supposed to be in contention, but what are you doing here? Why are you doing on top now?
Hey, I wouldn't mind if MORPH actually do that, right? Because if MORPH actually happened to manage to push down all the teams, it means they're one of the teams that have something to fight for. But if Roy happened to be pushed down, just like how they've been pushed down by GigFam that, you know, got nothing to do there, and it's gonna be PA with this momentum that PA actually put across the last Miramar map. Now that's gonna be, I don't know how to feel if I'm Roy, you know, it's just no words to explain it.
Yeah, that time they might forgive Geek Fam, or maybe not. But yeah. It's, the whole Roy thing, right? It's like, deja vu all over. Okay, it's Miramar again. It's maybe another team coming at us. I mean, there's so many things that can happen, right, for Roy. And it just so happened that they are in this almost similar situation as before. I mean, what are the odds, right?
I don't know if that really happens. They have 100% very bad luck. I'm sorry to break the news, but they need to do something about their bad luck for next season.
And if I were to add on like the level of heartbreaking, right? Let's say if Roy doesn't make it, right, then they are out of the grand finals because in the league points, they are not even in top 16. So it's a must go for their Super Sunday.
Yep, I agree. Roy, so close, but feels so far right now. All they need to do is just make sure they cannot be eliminated. But the more we emphasize this, the more it will happen later. But that's what's fun about this, right?
Yeah, if not, it wouldn't be fun, right? Would you rather have a round that everyone at top 8 is already clear, nothing else that number 9 always can do? We know what that sort of story, we want drama here, and this is a drama that we live for when we watch PUBG Mobile Esports.
The main reason of our existence in esports as well. But you know, the things is the game changes. It's gonna be Team Flash and Boom, of course, because right now I don't know what they definitely gonna be in the Super Sunday, unless if they just, you know, want to make it fun and they're being eliminated earlier, it'll be something else. But for Sam9, there's some change of plans here. We finally get to see the IGL is out to replaced by Depth.
Yeah, sometimes at the stage that they can do pretty much anything, right? Even if they want to stop in the manager to play. The manager can play, by the way. Yeah, upboard. If they want to put in Pasha to play, it's fine. They can do that at this moment. Sometimes it's fine.
Roy. This is nerve-wracking. If history repeats itself, we gotta get to see another fun round. But I do want to see who will pull the Gig Fam if that's gonna be the case, though. We're gonna have to wait and see. For RRQ, unfortunately, I have to say they won't make it to this Super Sunday. But hey, maybe they will surprise us. Who knows? With a crazy amount, but still not gonna be enough unless MORPH willing to pull it off for us.
Yeah, whatever it is, RRQ with the 2 Super Sundays that they have entered, they are pretty okay, I would say. So, but of course, it's a matter of collecting the league points. But anyway, that's a conversation for tomorrow. We will look at what's going to happen here in our last game.
Here comes our last map in the last chance stage of the final week. No more Super Sundays, down to the last Super Sunday. Who will get into the Super Sunday for the slot into the Grand Finals? They fly more towards the right side up Tutorial Homada. We're starting off from Puerto Pareto. Imagine, right, Cloud, when things are so tight right now and I'm definitely hungry. The race of getting to the top 8 is so close between the teams and the circle making it so difficult. Now that's something else, right?
You know, if you continue to say like the rise of the teams that get into the top 8, that would make sense as well. Yeah, that would be like, oh, okay, no one would notice that you're hungry.
Yeah. But I don't know how to play around with words sometimes, to be honest. So yeah, I'm just gonna tell people that I'm hungry right now because we definitely can get a good dinner after this. But speaking of getting a good dinner, with the teams that barely make it the top 8 can still have a dinner after they know the result by end of today.
Yeah, it's either they have their dinner happily or they have their dinner sad. So that is going to be the difference here. This flight path, okay, slightly different from before. Before this was on the left side, this side is going to be on the right. Geek Fam's not playing, so Crypt VIP is going to take their spot. Circle-wise, it's not too far off from our previous circle. And look who's in the middle of it. Team PANDUM.
Senator Patron. PANDUM. I mean, well, it's a great spot for them to start, but I do want to see if there are any hot drops between the teams. Because Circle pops before all the teams manage to land their feet onto the ground, so we might actually have some teams actually made a U-turn. Just try to be in the center of the circle. Right now, Minas Generales will be taken over by Boom. But I want to see any early pick-off. So far, none. Hopefully, it can stay peaceful. For the teams in the middle pack, I wouldn't mind the teams on the extreme... Speaking of the middle pack, no, Zerja, not like this.
Ooh. And it's not only one player, it's like two teams in the same compound. Oh no. Okay. NKT. What else are they going to come up with? But NKT with two players. Okay, Mega Earth gets a knock on Super F. Nice need there to open up back. Spider Tan, let's go. Let's see what he can come up with.
If Spider 10 actually put a hole for Zerja's run into the Super Sunday by himself, I swear to God, they're not talking to each other anytime soon now.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Spider Tan still firing back.
No!
Oh, Spider Tan! NKT will not make it, but still.
They definitely not friends anymore. Spider 10 just crushed. It was a 3v1. It was a 4v2.
What?
It was a 3v1. Why?
What?
Zerja, why?
NKT Spider Tan, why? He just took out his own countryman. Oh no!
Oh man, somebody
Oh,
cannot
no.
get out from his hotel room by end of this map. I say good luck, Spider 10.
Oh no! And SERXIA out. SERXIA is actually in the danger zone of the league points. They have to go in. No!
They at 9th place. There's no room to budge anymore. They've been taken out so early. This gives so much opportunity for PANDUM to now chase down for the points of Roy.
I wonder what sort of conversation they'll have. Can we send Mr. Bo to follow them? Just so
Yeah,
that we can get the
do-
translated version.
Can we get an interview between Zerja player and Spider 10?
Oh yeah!
Just for today.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay.
No,
And
Spider 10, not
Oh.
like this.
production just have to show it to us again.
Why? And it was a straight line for him too. All three of
Oh,
them. Are you
no.
kidding me?
Oh no! Now I need the player cam. I need the player cam now. How do they look like? Oh my god. Okay.
Whatever brotherhood they have between them, Zerja and Spider 10, is definitely off right now. No way. No way.
No longer. You don't exist anymore.
We
Oh,
don't know
man.
you.
And you know what? If we look at like the league points, right? NKT is way above SERXIA.
Oh yeah. And,
So
and
NKT
Zerja-
has a chance to go grand finals, and SERXIA very 0.0001 chance to go there.
Now, Zerja, if they got this Super Sunday, they have almost an 80% to get into the grand finals. All they need is just one more Super Sunday. Is that happening right now? Okay, that's not happening right now. That's a replay.
That replay is not important, you know. It's Boom getting chicken dinner. We want the player cam of SERXIA.
Yeah, we want the replay of Zerja players camp. That's it. We don't want to see the game. We want to see Zerja's reaction. No, they're not gonna give us that. No.
We don't even want to see Razy as a highlight player. No, we don't want to.
No, it's okay. Razy, you're amazing, but no.
You know what? If production wants to troll, instead of coming up with Razy stats, they will come up with Spider 10 stats.
Oh, that's painful, man, to watch.
It's just a troll. Oh my god.
I don't know how Zerja feels right now. They are definitely gonna have that early dinner, but it's gonna be a sad one. Moment of
Definitely
silence
not
for
the
Zerja.
same. Definitely not going to share the same table as NKT.
No.
Or specifically Spider 10.
I
Only
feel like they're
him.
probably gonna be in the same floor when it comes to the hotel rooms. I don't know how Spider 10 will try to be in his room tonight.
Oh man, he better hide. Call the security, please. Stand by. Protect Spider Tad in case he gets eliminated in real life.
Hey. But you know, we definitely want to focus on teams like Roy. I want to see how the rotation coming up for Roy. I feel like they're going to play it safe, just like how they did last week before GigFam did whatever they did. But I feel like Roy, when it comes to survivability, they have better chances than XERXIA, because XERXIA do prefer to play a bit more aggressive. And it's XERXIA pushing into Spider 10, by the way, so it's not entirely Spider 10's fault.
I was pressured. I didn't know what I was doing. I wasn't thinking right.
Yeah, it's just reflex, you know? Habit. Reflex.
You know?
Yeah.
If you never pushed me, that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, why did you guys chase me? I don't want to fight.
Yeah, I want to be friends, but you don't want. I just had to.
Wait. Roy time right now. Roy time. There's Team Flash. Also their own countrymen. Their own region. This is gonna go really twisted. If, you know, the top teams will eliminate all the teams that are so close of getting that Super Sunday.
Man, that's like a big plot twist there. It happened to come from the same country, right? If it's like entirely different, then you can still like, okay, too bad, GigFam happened, but you know,
And it's NKT. They got nothing else to lose or nothing else to win, so
yeah,
that's definitely Roy moment there, like how we saw last week.
Yep. Well, we're gonna see another moment here involving O2, but I wonder who's the other team in front of them. Okay, I need a bigger screen now. Alright, but anyway, they're spending time in the blue. When it's still stage 1. Okay, it's RRQ. Okay. Anyway, these two teams not enough to make it through.
O2, there's like possibility, but they definitely have to get those chicken plus 20 eliminations. It's going to be 100% getting in, or even like 14 eliminations will be enough for them as well. PANDUM is going to be a different story entirely now. If they're being a bit too reckless and aggressive, it will cost them dearly, like how week 1 did to them. That what happened when they got finished off. You remember that time? They took the bait and got finished off in an instant.
Yep. It's almost like the XERXIA situation. They took the bait, they chased Spider 10, and yeah, you don't play with spiders.
But the difference was not really entirely like how XERXIA's position just now. XERXIA feels like exactly like GigFam, because when it was PANDUM's time, the rest of the crew coming up from behind, so they managed to get secured that one player they were chasing all the time. But XERXIA's condition was different. It was that one player that finished off the rest of XERXIA.
Well, yeah. I mean, I wonder which one is the hardest one to swallow, right? But okay, we gotta move on from that, right? So now that we're moving on, Crit VIP, if they score super big, maybe, just maybe. But they are up against a Boom Esports. They did take up on it though, so let's go for Crit VIP.
And lesser man for Boom. They've been clustered together here, and the formation been broken as well. Boom, Razy will toss the nade. Here comes the Boom. Bastic, can they actually do it or not? Crit VIP, there's still a slight chance for them to get into Super Sunday here, but they need that crazy amount of elimination. We're talking about insane significant amount, but Boom, Yummy May left. Down to 1. Speaking of generous, they're being generous again for this last match. I mean, like, they definitely have no problem.
Yeah, donating points away, to a certain extent. Oh, okay, but no, they're not gonna make it that easy for Crit VIP. They're still gonna make them work for it. Newbies eliminated. Okay, Team Secret passing by. Okay, Team Secret. Okay, here we go.
Oh, Iron Pro. Iron Pro.
Crashing in.
He managed to still stay alive after that huge accident collision there. But for the side of Elton, coming up from behind, and the side GK spotted out, and Crit VIP are boys are taking on Team Secret break. MORPH now taking some fight against PEA, but at the same time, Team Secret, they try to obliterate the entire crew of Crit VIP. But Crit VIP secures 5 eliminations right now.
Okay, so Crit VIP 5, and they're not done yet though. Okay, GK is still here. Sensor nade to a boy. Wow! That is a 3-pointer there by GK, but another nade onto GK himself, but he is still okay. Now onto Halton. Nade will not connect.
GK last hand grenade now tossed over to a boy to secure those elimination points. Not gonna connect as well. Halton. Here comes BA just crossing over the other side, across the other side of the street. GK pop all the smokes right now, advancing towards side of Halton. Halton prepared for this fight in the warehouse. It's mano to mano between these two players.
Here we go. Whoa! Halton fired back and Team Secret is out and Halton still survives. But Team Secret 93 points. Still okay based on our benchmark. But let's see what's going to happen here between RRQ and O2. Fnatic from the back will knock down Amazal from the blue. So O2 totally didn't expect that.
Yep, for O2, I mean, down to only one last player. Creep VIP still have a shot, but they have to go back again. But O2 tried to take down the rest of RRQ. It's going to be the Blues that are taking some health away of RRQ players. They have to tank it out while trying to repositioning to a sort of jumper. The curve of the ground will make it difficult for Assad to land those shots, and Jumper managed to shoot down on No Mercy. And it's down to Fnatic, who's still tanking out the Blues. And speaking of NKT again, here goes.
Here goes. Okay, also to point out that if Jumper goes out now, O2 see them next season. NKT pass by. Oh my goodness. Alright, that's a close one there. Jumper fires back, but now he's pressured by the blue, and Jumper will not be able to survive this. It came from NKT, and O2 eliminated. They do not have enough points on the league points as well. So, O2, thanks for playing. See them again next season.
See you next season. Yeah. But it's still down to Roy, still surviving. MORPH do have a shot. And Create VIP with the duo. Do you think it's doable for Create VIP at this point?
I mean, duo with a lot of points needed still. Chances pretty slim there. But for MORPH, they still keep their chances abreast here. Okay, 3 elimination points right now with TODAK in front of them. So there's a chance for them to try to eliminate TODAK and see how it goes.
And MORPH on the rise with 3 elimination points already starting off at their last map of run here for TODAK. I think they are quite shaky, but pretty much almost safe when it comes to the tomorrow's Super Sunday. Roy, they're trying to avoid conflict as much as possible. Look what they stand. There's nobody else around except for Team Flash.
Yep, Roy is like, we're not gonna let the Geek Fam happen again. We're just gonna like, okay, we'll stay clear. But Roy still needs the points though, so it's not like they are on the top 8 right now. Just look at this, they're at number 9. So at some point, they still need to bring it in.
True. So when it comes to the points, it's all about the matter of timing. It's a bit too early for them, since 12 team is still too much. If you want to start fighting, it's going to be down to top 7 or top 8 will be the best time there. TODAK, Cleon, and the rest of TODAK managed to break the formation of MORPH while they transitioning into the circle, but still managed to break in anyway. And Sam9 have a glimpse on the players that finished off XERXIA before, which could be Spider 10 of NKT. Whilst Crave VIP do have some troubles themselves down there, but for NKT Spider 10, they managed to revive and resuscitate. But Grenade elimination outside of FAZE Clan, I think they are fighting against a Crave VIP right now.
And look at this, TODAK is still on the outside of the circle, so they are being kept by MORPH. MORPH on the inner side do have the advantage. PANDUM, okay, this is going to be another important round for them. Staying clear of the competition for now since they're in the top 8, but because Roy is still in the game, so anything can still happen. Nevertheless, they got a long-range knock onto TODAK, and they'll finish off Cleon.
Yep, that secures another point on the side of PANDUM for now, shooting themselves up to the top 8, and KT taken out by Sam9. And now we're waiting for Roy to make some actions to happen here, because they are the only one that's not moving from their numbers and spot. For MORPH, there's going to be a lot of eliminations to be done. We're down to 11 teams, and body count wise, they have to start taking the points here right now for MORPH.
Yeah, in order for them to come up with a surprise entry into the Super Sunday. And as of now, MORPH, okay, and 3 eliminations. Okay, that's pretty cool. Full squad. Okay, that's most important. Anyway, if they are able to eliminate Team PANDUM that's right in front of them, it will be a good present for MORPH.
But MORPH and PANDUM, this is going to be a really heated up battle when it comes to the points that can get into the top 8. Both teams are actually on their 11 plays and 8 plays. So for PANDUM to give out the positions here way early is a bit too risky. And Zero will have a bit of a spray and made a U-turn to reposition himself just in case PANDUM decided to visit and having a rush towards their side. But Achor, how do they respond to this on the side of PANDUM too?
So PANDUM right now, okay, they kind of have a split, right? So PANDUM on the south and MORPH on the north. But 20 more seconds to the zone. Roy, on the other hand, they'll be like, okay, we still stay chill, okay? They're hoping for PANDUM to be eliminated by MORPH. If only they knew that this fight is potentially going to happen. Anyway, Billboard is cooking up his own nades. He's prepping himself, but he's not really committing to it just yet. But he might do that now.
It's going to be painful if FaZe Clan, the one who will eliminate both teams at the same time. Since they have those elevations, they're watching these two teams at the same time. So I mean, PANDUM and MORPH, it's best to part ways and go a different entry into the circle. Because right now, FaZe Clan will try to take them down as well. Well, we have finally Roy trying to migrate into the southern side. For PANDUM and MORPH, they're still committed to this fight anyhow.
Yeah, and because of the zone that shifted, then this fight will definitely need to end. Okay, here we go. Both teams taking their own spot in the circle, at least sending one player in. And Jobrenki is going to be knocked by Team Flash Gosu. Oh, Team PANDUM in trouble.
And speaking of the one that lose nothing else, yeah, Team Flash really bored when it comes to not getting anything. Their hands are itchy for those targets. Now happens to be the teams that fighting for the 8th place there. PANDUM Macho got shot down by Yo, and Flippy and the rest of MORPH repositioning as well. Is a tight tension between MORPH and PANDUM right now.
Okay, everyone's holding their breath right now. So PANDUM is back as a 4. But the zone will force them to move anyway. Okay, one knee set across by 2 Yo! To the Billboard. Okay, that could be an opening. Look at Hazel's position. He's going in for the flank as well. Billboard finished off by Hazel. And that's going to be 1 point for MORPH out of the hands of PANDUM. MORPH, let's see what more can they come out with. Team PANDUM, they are retreating back into the circle, but they will bump it onto FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan taking down on PANDUM players as well. Everything's on PANDUM here. And speaking of which, Zero taking on Jabranki and Zero taking on the last of PANDUM taken by Infinity too. No, PANDUM at 86 points. That's definitely not going to make it here. Roy, this is that time. And MORPH, can they push TODAK as well? Since TODAK only have 2 players.
Oh man, Roy. They're saying thank you to MORPH because of that. Not only MORPH, but all the teams that tried to stop them in between as well. So Roy right now, okay. Last we saw them, they're on the left side of the circle, clear away from the other teams. They still have enough bodies for them to catch up. I mean, the point difference is not that far anyway. But for MORPH, in order for them to have a chance, they need to still bring in the elimination points.
Plus a chicken there to confirm it right. A boy cooking up the nade. It's going to be the team that has no business here, but they're going to make it difficult. And one finish to MORPH down the 3 players. Oh my god, speaking of making it difficult for the team to make it a top 8, but they managed to secure and having a trade-off down to 3 players. But for the side of Crate VIP, they finish off their run at several eliminations. So unfortunately, it will not be enough. See you in the next season for Crate VIP, but for MORPH, still going to be doable with 3 players remaining. And Roy, they're not taking any actions yet.
They still have enough bodies though, so they still can stick out. And not only bodies, right? If you think about it, Roy, if they only play for placement points, they can even catch up to PANDUM. That is the situation that they're in right now, the difference of points. But, okay, they're going to have a chance here to gather points. Team Flash in front.
But if MORPH actually go aggressive here, they will take over Roy's position at 8th place. Unless PANDUM get pushed down, of course. And TODAK as well. There's going to be 2 teams who will be pushed down if Roy and MORPH manage to secure that chicken dinner plus half the amount of eliminations too. So for the side of Roy, I think as long as they got around 7 points, it's going to be enough.
unless Team Flash does the NKT. Same country sort of thing. But okay, Infinity. Well, they have Kido in front of them. This should be a quick cleanup here because Kido is the only man standing. Okay, 4v1, and Kido tries to fire back, but he still lost the fight. And Infinity got a good spot in the circle.
And BA, thank you for participating for this season. We're going to see you guys next time, hopefully, because right now BA did not score any Super Sunday. So you won't be looking for them for this Super Sunday or the Grand Final. But still, it's fun to watch them play here when it comes to the last day. Now back to it, the side of Roy. Mini 14 in hand, spotted out MORPH. Of all the teams, it's going to be MORPH.
Well, I also want to give a news flash here. With a PA eliminated, now Roy is starting to collect placement points. They are at 84 points now. Okay, but the next contender is going to be FaZe Clan. Okay, here we go. Let's see if they can do it onto FaZe Clan. But on the other side, 7-9 surprised by Team Flash.
It would be great if they cancel each other out, but there's going to be trouble for the side of MORPH. It means body count wise, it will not be enough for them unless they start to take into this method for their hands and their points too. They have to interrupt and also intercept this fight, but unfortunately 7-9 will eliminate it. So body count wise for MORPH, will it be enough for them to turn and flip the coin?
Well, as of now, it's still mathematically enough, but we also have to remember that TODAK is still in the game, so that's one thing as well to consider. So let's see how much can TODAK get. TODAK is going to play as passive as possible, just to hope for the teams below them to just eliminate each other. But we're going to continue on with MORPH, actually securing another elimination point. Okay, 7 now. Okay, Team Flash going up against Roy, and Roy winning fight against Team Flash. So far, so good for them.
And Roy taking the advantage from the side to steal away Gosu when he's being knocked down, so they steal the points away. But for Roy, they're gonna force the fight anyhow. And they have to cut across Team Flash if they want to score the chicken dinner here. And next to them is gonna be Infinity waiting around the corner. And FaZe Clan, they're just gonna make it difficult for both teams because they keep intercepting between these two teams, fighting against each other, playing the third party.
Yeah, FaZe Clan is just the annoying one in this round, right? I mean, they got like, what, 103 points, excluding the placement points, so it's fine. FaZe Clan, they can do anything they want for now. Well, for Roy, okay, 6 more teams to go. Roy, 1 elimination, so they're 84 in elimination, make that 80, 84, 85, so they still need a little bit more to chase Team PANDUM. Very close now.
Yeah, they cannot afford to go down now. If they got a couple of eliminations next, it's going to be 100% secure for them to be in the top 8. But also depending on... yeah, Roy, I think they're definitely going to get PANDUM spot if they just survive enough, like long enough.
Yeah, and they do have the circle with this compound, and Team Flash, they don't have a big reason to push Roy, unless, well, just for fun. But also to consider that RRQ is only 1 player there. Okay, RRQ, that 1 player is up north, still has the circle. So they are also hoping for RRQ to be eliminated, so they go another placement point up.
Yep, but unfortunately, MORPH just now being eliminated was a bit of a downer for me because, you know, they could have actually chased for the points with 7 eliminations. What a great number down there. But for Roy, it's down to the last wire. RRQ, Team Flash, gonna make it difficult. Team Flash and Roy is just next to each other. And what's scarier for Roy, they're pretty much beside the teams that, when it comes to firepower-wise, they are very strong and having a full squad too. Except for Team Flash. But Team Flash, they are on fire here right now.
On the topic of Roy, well, they are in the league charts number 5. So we will still see them. Very high chance we'll see them in the grand finals anyway. So maybe that's why MORPH is like, okay, we're still alright, we're still alright. But let's see Roy here. Okay, they're edging. Maybe closer. Not yet. Not gaining any individual points, but they have a chance here. TODAK from the other side tries to gain a couple more insurance points for themselves just to... But yeah, it's not about TODAK right now, right? It's about PANDUM. TODAK, no other competition below them, so TODAK is absolutely fine as they will collect points for themselves out of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, FaZe Clan is fine too. We definitely know that the team surviving, all of them making through the Super Sunday, except for Roy and RRQ. And RRQ, it's gonna be impossible for that one particular player to push all the way up to 8th place by himself with his only 2 elimination points. So it's down to only Roy now. But when it comes to Roy, unfortunately, one of the members being knocked down, and Infinity is still gonna fight on FaZe. If Roy can steal a couple of points from here, that's gonna be making a huge difference after the end of this map.
And there's not enough bodies for RRQ anyway for them to collect points. But now, we're gonna see what happens with the FaZe Clan and the Infinity with Logan currently down. And I'm also looking at the elimination feed. Okay, Roy Shura's got Iftar. Okay, not eliminated just yet. As you continue on the fight here. And Ventorius right in front of 30K. 30K comes in. One last hit needed. And there goes FaZe Clan out.
Infinity, they're gonna have the reset, but RQ last player still wait it out. Zeus and the rest of Team Flash will not make it easy for Roy here. The moment they start to open fire, all Team Flash members will just rush towards sort of Roy. And they're just being a peaceful neighbor for now. And Roy right on top of Infinity, while we do have TODAK at the edge of the blue zone. So how to cross the street alongside with RQ.
Wow. Crossing the street, yeah. So difficult, right? And, okay, yeah. Smokes, that's definitely going to be the basics of it. But they have to eliminate each other, so... let's see who will win this one. Okay, Fnatic, he seems to have lesser spaces compared to TODAK, so that's going to be one factor there. It does look better for TODAK if we compare between the two, unless Roy Churros comes in.
Roy, they managed to get those knockdowns, but where are the execution? RQ stole it away! Every single point matters for them in Porsche. Porsche actually get those elimination, add in those numbers. It's 86. They will push down PANDUM right now, but PANDUM, they don't have the tiebreaker anymore since they did not add in those placement points for the start of Roy. And now, Roy, congratulations for making into the Super Sunday. Now it's all about the chicken dinner.
Woo! It's the sweatiest one for Roy, but yeah, let's see if they can put the cherry on top of the cake right now in this round to score the final chicken dinner. They do have a full team up against 3 from the Infinity and 3 from Team Flash. As now we're in our top 3 teams. Roy with the high ground still, but the blue map pushed them down, and if they're forced to go down, it could be a long jump for Roy.
For Roy, I mean, might as well make a big chicken dinner by the end of today. They do have those elevations, but it seems the circle will hit into the last stage. No more circle there is. Just drop whatever utilities they have from above, below, and they got on Zeus on one.
Oh!
Make it a double down with Batman as well. Only leaving Team Flash Kwang, and here comes another nade. Did not connect down to the last player of Team Flash.
But nevertheless, it's going to be the Infinity that might steal away those elimination points. And Juke now still holding on to the high ground, but one day set across on the Kwang, and that is gone through this nade to take them all out.
Oh, speaking of stealing in the very last minute, but the Blues don't hit both of them here right now. Whoever stands the longest will score the chicken dinner, and Roy might actually have a shot at the chicken dinner, yeah. But multiple trade of bodies between these two teams. Well, Carl tried to revive on Porsche, but it's going to be unfortunate. Roy!
Oh! But it's okay. Calm down, ladies and gentlemen. Roy, they knew they did enough. We can see them happy enough here. With that second place finish, the Infinity, they're definitely through, so they are okay. But Roy, okay, the players probably don't really know the points. Maybe, we're not sure. But for us, we know they're through. So Roy, we'll definitely see them again tomorrow.
Because Roy right now calculating, is it
there
going
you
to be
go,
enough for us? They're definitely calculating it right now. For Infinity, I mean, they're 100% getting into Super Sunday. Congratulations to the Infinity. Finally get there to fit into the first ever their Super Sunday for the final week.
Whoa! The Infinity made it in the final week, so tomorrow will be very interesting for the Infinity. Let's look at the numbers here. 10 elimination points for the Infinity, and that's going to be 20 points this round, just to wrap our group stage up.
Yep, and this time our MVP with the UMP 45 is going to be God Tunny. It's a rare sight to have a UMP blade to get the most damage out amongst all the other members. And when it comes to damage received, the least amount coming up from Tiger Axe. I mean, he's always going to be the tanker, but this time he is playing a bit more safer because damage-wise, got Tony tank a bit more than the rest as well.
Yep, the tanker for the team. And let's see here, of course, it's going to be our MVP, Gotani, one of the original members of the Infinity, with 6 eliminations, 648 damage, 460 damage received, 33% team contribution, and a survival time of 28 minutes, 25 seconds. And Gotani, at least he's the one. He comes up with a lot of damage and also elimination, so it's pretty on par if we look at the numbers.
Yep, that's kind of true. And I'm looking at the overall league points here because PANDUM didn't make it to this Super Sunday, right? So PANDUM, they are in the middle pack, but I do want to see how much the other teams can make do with whatever they have for the last Super Sunday. But we're going to have the recap of Roy, Team Flash, FaZe Clan as well. But before we end the run, let's rewatch one of the most painful highlight of the day.
Although it was the Infinity, they got the chicken dinner, but definitely the highlight here is going to be Roy, who stayed away from all the fights, just come in at the later stage, and they did enough to definitely see the light of Super Sunday.
Yep, their first ever Super Sunday, and for Roy, they needed this Super Sunday as well because they are at the very bottom and they made it through in the last minute and nobody pulled a Gig Frank on them. Gig Frank on them. But yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Well, sort of MORPH. I won't worry so much for MORPH because when it comes to your league points, they're pretty much up there as well.
Yeah, so it's a matter of them probably losing out on the starting points in the grand finals. But yeah, let's hope that doesn't come back to haunt them later on. Okay, look at the overall rankings. This is clearly our top 8 to move on to Super Sunday.
Congratulations for the team that are going to make it through their first ever Super Sunday. Yeah, it's going to be the Infinity and TODAK. They are first ever Super Sunday. And for the teams at the very bottom too, when it comes to Boom, one of them actually at the very bottom of overall league points. Right now, Roy also be one of them. And lucky enough for Roy this time, things working out for them. But I do want to see the difference of the points when it comes to the 8th place and the 9th place. And speaking of which, Cloud, XERXIA also unfortunately going to be saying goodbye to the Grand Finals.
Yeah, that's right as well. So see them again next season. But PANDUM, 86. So yeah, not making the magical number at all, despite them scoring the chicken dinner today. And you think about it, right? They scored the chicken dinner today, but they didn't make it through. It's pretty heartbreaking for PANDUM.
And not just that, PANDUM, they still have a shot for the Grand Finals, but it's going to be all praying from the side bench, hoping that no teams can go over their points at 58 in the overall league points. There's still a shot for us to see them again in the Grand Finals, but for PA, I have to say thank you so much for the fun ride. But also Zeus, you mentioned about this play on the rise. He got that #1 spot of both average elimination and average damage, which is more than the usual today.
Yeah, he's been giving Team Flash a fun ride. Look at this. #1 on average elimination. All these stats except for team contribution, which, frankly speaking, is probably the least important stat of them all. But everything else, he's got like the best survivor, most eliminations, most damage, most assists. Everything's on top. This is probably the best stat so far among all our MVPs.
And Zeus is actually kind of new to the lineup of Team Flash. I have to say he's a great asset for the team. I'm looking forward for Zeus in the future when it comes to Team Flash as a whole.
Yeah, but we're going to see as a whole the teams that qualify for our final Super Sunday: Vampire Esports, Boy Donkeys, Alliance, D-Xavier, Alter Ego, Talent, BTR, Kickfam, Team Flash, Boom Esports, The Infinity, FaZe Clan, Sam9, Roy, TODAK, and Team Secret.
Whoop whoop! Congratulations to all these teams who made it through for the last ever and their first Super Sunday, which is going to be the final Super Sunday before we're heading over to the Grand Finals. So if you guys want to know who will be fighting for the Grand Finals, make sure you guys are present for tomorrow's Super Sunday run, which is going to be the last one for this season.
Yep, and we're going to look at the weekly rankings in preparation for the Super Sunday. So these were the numbers that we were talking about earlier on. And as of now, FaZe Clan, they are at #1, 94 points, followed by Team Secret and Vampire Esports. So that's the top 3 bracket there. And all of these teams are obviously heavy hitters. So this Super Sunday will be interesting to see if some of these teams can maintain their spot in the top 16.
Yep, the only 2 teams that actually got in the first page with only 6 matches was PANDUM and Alliance. So we're going to have to wait and see for the case of PANDUM, especially since they're not getting into this Super Sunday. Unfortunately, XERXIA will be pushed down because GigFam did make it through and Team Flash as well, and their points is very close.
They only need like 2 points, right, just to overtake XERXIA, and 2 points to overtake Crit VIP, who did not make it into this weekend's Super Sunday. So yeah, I guess we can pretty much say goodbye to them, but of course we'll leave that for tomorrow's discussion again. Infinity, welcome to Super Sunday for the first time ever.
And TODAK too. Like,
And
we're gonna
TODAK
have
too.
to wait and see. Yeah, how much can they get within a day with their sudden progress of performance there? Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to PA, but let's hear it out from Roy.
Hello everyone, welcome back to our final interview of the day. And right now, you may on stage we have Roy Teams. Please welcome Sunoas. Hi Sunoas.
Hello.
Hello. So Sunoas, first of all, congratulations for making it into Super Sunday. And it was a close call securing the final spot. And how does it feel to have made it through by such a narrow margin?
Xin chào Sunoas. Trước hết là chúc mừng các bạn đã giành được tấm vé vào Super Sunday. Thì vừa rồi là một cái tình huống mà các bạn giành được tấm vé rất là sát nút với khoảng cách điểm rất là hẹp. Vậy thì không biết là cảm xúc của bạn hiện tại như thế nào?
Nói chung là mình rất là vui khi đã vượt và hoàn thành qua cái thử thách lần này.
Generally, I'm very happy that we have completed this challenge.
And I'm so glad that you guys make it into Super Sunday. And reflecting on today's performance, what key moment or decisions do you think were critical in securing your spot?
Khi mà bạn nghĩ về trận đấu ngày hôm nay á, thì bạn nghĩ là những cái khoảnh khắc nào hoặc là những cái quyết định nào đóng vai trò quan trọng giúp các bạn giành được tấm vé vào Super Sunday?
Đó là sự điềm tĩnh và bản lĩnh của team mình để chắc chắn để giành được vé vào Super Sunday.
I think it's our calmness and bravery that helped us secure a ticket to Super Sunday.
Yes, and especially from the last match because your hard work really paid off. And how do you mentally prepare for Super Sunday after such a high pressure situations? Does this experience give you more confidence of moving forwards?
Thì hôm nay sau khi mà trải qua một tình huống áp lực cao như vậy thì các bạn sẽ chuẩn bị tinh thần như thế nào khi mà bước vào Super Sunday ngày mai, và điều này có giúp bạn cảm thấy tự tin hơn rằng mình có thể tiến lên phía trước hay không?
Nói chung là team mình cũng đã tìm ra được sự cố và phát sinh lỗi, nên là team mình sẽ chuẩn bị thật kỹ để ngày mai bắn không có bị tình trạng mà trôi nhiều như thế.
So generally today we have found out our issues and mistakes that we made, and we will try to improve so that tomorrow we will perform better.
And is there any opponent that you excited to face for tomorrow?
Vậy thì có đối thủ nào mà các bạn cảm thấy mong chờ và muốn đối mặt vào ngày mai hay không?
BARUZ Esports.
BARUZ Esports, alright. And I want to know, are on the verge of qualifying for the grand finals. How are you feeling about this opportunity, and can you share any strategies or preparation of your team focusing on to secure your spot in the grand final?
Thì các bạn vẫn đang trên bờ và có thể vào được Grand Finals. Vậy thì các bạn chuẩn bị tinh thần như thế nào, hoặc là các bạn có những cái chiến lược gì để giúp các bạn có thể giành được một tấm vé vào Grand Finals?
Tình hình chung thì team mình vẫn chưa đủ điểm, nên team mình sẽ cố gắng và vượt qua tất cả chướng ngại vật để tiến vào Grand Final.
For now, we haven't got enough points, so we will try to overcome all of the obstacles so that we can get enough points and get the opportunity to go to the Grand Finals.
And on a scale 1 to 10, how confident are you to go to grand final?
Nếu như mà đánh giá trên thang từ 1 tới 10 thì mức độ tự tin có thể tiến vào Grand Finals của các em là bao nhiêu?
Em tin đồng đội của em 100%.
I believe in my teammates 100%.
100%, wow. And a last thing I want to know, is there Boom your toughest opponent for tomorrow matches, or any other team that you might think that they can be the toughest opponent for you guys?
Có phải BARUZ là đội mà bạn cảm thấy là đối thủ đáng gờm nhất hay không, hay là có đội nào khác mà bạn cảm thấy là đối thủ đáng gờm vào ngày mai hay không?
Căn bản BARUZ là thần tượng của em thôi.
Basically, BARUZ is just my idol.
BARUZ is your idol. So any words for BARUZ Esports?
Vậy thì em có lời gì muốn gửi đến BARUZ Esports hay không?
Chúng tôi sẽ gặp lại bạn tại ngày mai.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Alright, and can't wait to see your tomorrow matches. So thank you so much to know us. And everyone, let's hear our caster final words to close out the day. And I'll see you again tomorrow for Super Sunday. Bye.
Speaking about meeting your idol in the Super Sunday, right? I know, right? That is a very speechless moment to be in.
Now, really, just boom. You don't have anything to say to Geekfam? Really? Izzy or Damru?
I think they were expecting them to say Geek Bam, but I think maybe they forgot since they so happy, right?
Yeah, I think they should ask directly. What do you think of Geekfam?
Yeah. Direct. And we won't make you forget.
Yeah, we make you traumatized by it just to relieve the moment where you're being pushed down in the last minute. But we get to see that rivalry tomorrow, which is going to be super fun and interesting. I cannot wait to see the last Super Sunday.
Oh yeah, the final Super Sunday determines who will be in the grand finals, what kind of starting points will they get? Will they get the 30 points? Will they get eliminated? I mean, there's so much more to tell for tomorrow. So tomorrow will be a big one. Rivalries. Let's not forget, we're going to see also Alter Ego and Vampire Esports. You know, they have a jab with each other as well.
Tony K and Rosemary, of course. We're going to get to see who's the final week MVP. And not just that, speaking of which teams that did not make it through, like PANDUM, Are they still safe to be in the grand finals or not?
Ooh, at least it does still look okay for PANDUM, right? It does still look okay. Definitely not okay for Quick VIP and XERXIA, so probably gonna have to say, yep, bon voyage, yeah.
Okay,
Just
let's count
remember
for a
my
bit,
friend.
okay? I want to count first. PEA not making it because it will be 18 will be limited. PEA and O2 Esports. That's gonna be also who else? You know what? We're gonna leave the counting for tomorrow because there's too many names right here.
Yeah.
But you know that we're done for the day. Tomorrow is gonna be Super Sunday. Cloud, any last word from you?
Leave the counting for tomorrow, so bring your calculators along to the math class.
So that's it from us, guys. See you guys tomorrow, same time, same place. Don't forget the last final Super Sunday and who will head into the grand final. See you guys tomorrow. Goodbye, good night.